mysterious things. We left her up high, now she'll fly. And a siren all my own. Clouds to make me afternoon faces, and for the colors to mix together like the cumulus clouds in the sky through which she flies.
Hey everybody. Oops. Hey everybody, what's going on? Yeah, Nitro. Good to see you, man. You got more new stuff? That's unbelievable. What'd you get? Today we are going to be doing a running shot where let's see here. Mando is going to be running toward the camera and Grogu following behind him. For those of you, hey Dawkins, no, you can't go outside, buddy. So yeah, anybody just joining for the first time, I have been making a stop motion version of my favorite scene from, or one of my favorite scenes, I guess, from The Mandalorian, which is Mando versus the Jawas from episode 2, season 1. And I always like to get these streams started by showing you where we are at in the edit. Let me just pop that on. I'm going to play it without any sound because I'm trying to avoid copyright strikes. Whoops, here we go. Oops. A few more Transformers. How many Transformers do you think you have? If you're excited to see what I do this stream, well, I'll show you in a second. There's the shot we did last night. Here's a shot we did a few nights ago. All right. So that's where we're at. We got, the beginning, the middle, and the end. I'm just trying to fill in some gaps. So tonight, the scene that we're doing, I forgot to put that up. 1 second. What happened to it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so, whoops, that's not right. Oh man. Okay, so it's just right here, right here. Okay. Gotta shrink it down so you can see it, sorry. There we go. Is that better? No, you still can't see it. Here we go. More than 300? Wow, that's a lot. Alright, so this is the shot that we are doing. Not this one. This one right here. So, gotta try to take a mental note here of where everybody is at the beginning and where they are at the end of the scene here, the end of the shot. Okay. Count those steps so I have that in my mind. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 strides. Yes, Ava, how are you doing, hon? What's going on? This is Ava. Alright, so 7 strides. And he ends up right where that middle mountain is right there. And you'll notice oopsie. Get rid of this. Yeah, so you'll notice that my background is the same background that they made, that they've got there. It's the exact same because I took the screen grab of that scene, and then I took two shots, or two screen grabs from that shot, and from that was able to splice it together in Photoshop and scrub out the characters, because the characters both moved, so that creates it creates a plate from combining the two photos together, and then you can just really easily scrub out the characters. It's great. Shoot, 1 second here. I screwed this up. I gotta quickly trim this thing and get rid of it. Because I ended up doing a 30-minute display capture or some crap like that. Oh man, I can't do it. I can't. My mouse isn't behaving. There we go. That's all I need right there. Trim. Whatever. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, I've got my background that I just printed out at the Kinko's over there on Vine Street. And so I'm going to be able to use this backdrop over and over and over again. I mean, look at that. It's the entire panorama of that shot that we just watched. And it's perfect. Except for the seam that you can see. But hopefully nobody will notice that. So all we got to do is make him run along. Oh, first I got to clean him up a little bit. He's got some glue on him from last night on his hands. So, are you going to be doing some animations with that really big transformer guy? Nitro? Okay. So, I think I might need to use my other lens real quick. Switch that out. That's probably going to turn off the camera. Work. restart Dragon Frame. You tried and failed to animate him with him? What? Oh, come on. I didn't get to see that one, I guess. What was difficult about it? Ah. Okay. Is it working? It's working. Okay. So, we have got our... I think I want to lower the camera down a little bit, and of course the mask is going to show us what the crop is. Whoops. Okay, so that's the mask. So I think I might have to do like a zoom out while I just the size. I rarely animate with things that big. I do one or two attempts, then I don't come back to it for a while. Oh well. All right. I'm just putting one of my rocks from my courtyard in the shot just to kind of give it a foreground element that's not give it something that's not, you know, paper on our set. Okay, so I might lower the camera down so that I don't have to see this seam here. This seam kind of bothers me, obviously. There shouldn't be a gap there between the background and the ground. But I don't know, my table sags a little, and I don't know, maybe this isn't a straight cut. I just used a random old piece of, recycled an old piece of foam board for this, but maybe I need to cut the bottom a little thinner or something. Yeah, I do. 1 second. Give me a minute to cut this. Oh, what do you know? Of course, I probably made it worse. I did a really, really messy job on that. Alright, what's that looking like? Worse. Let me just quickly go along this edge with a brown marker to kind of help that edge a little bit. But the thing is, I'm just going to crop this out so that it's not going to be in the shot. But just so it won't be bothering me as much. I mean, I haven't decided yet. In the real shot from the show, the first time you see his foot, see, I could almost live with that. But oh, thanks. Thank you for the cat compliment. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you very much. I have 3 wonderful cats, to tell you the truth. Alright, so what happens when I lower this all the way down and then raise up like so? Oh yeah, see, last night I made these custom treads for my SandCrawler so that I could animate them very slightly going around. It was great fun. You should have been there. Okay, so just double check something. Oh, we'll just put this up here in the corner. Well, for a minute. So we can place the guys. So he probably belongs somewhere back here. Oh, I forgot to turn on my hot glue gun. That's going to take a minute to heat up. We will see if he's willing to stand here for a second. Gonna have to wait for that to heat up before I glue them into position, but we can use the time How do you make those treads? I must have fallen asleep or something and missed your stream. Yeah. It appears to be a soft, flexible foam. Well, let's go over it. I mean, you can actually check the stream, but it's still up from last night if anybody's interested, but it was so super easy. I started with a strip. I started with this right here, which is a piece of foam board, 1/4 inch thick foam board, black, and I cut a strip along the edge that was the width of the treads. Then I took a razor and a ruler and just cut in even strips along it, but without cutting all the way through, so that the bottom, the paper on the bottom edge of the foam sort of, you know, retained some structural integrity. And I looped it around on itself. I cut out the here, let me, sorry, where am I, what am I doing here? I can show you it in this camera here. Wait a second. Well, thank you for the question. I'm happy to answer any questions, by the way. So anyway, yeah, here it is, the tread. First I cut the strip lengthwise, and then I cut all these little cuts into it, again, without cutting all the way through. Then I reinforced it with tape on the bottom, on the inside, with gaffer tape, which is this stuff right here. Gaffer tape is a very common filmmaking tape that you should, you know, possibly invest in. It's a really durable, strong tape, but with a kind of a, it doesn't have too much stick to it, so it'll basically, you know, it's relatively easy to remove from most surfaces once you use it, and, you know, it sort of like does whatever the job is, you know, you need it for. And anyway, it's like an absolute must-have for anybody, any real filmmaker knows gaffer tape. It's very useful stuff. 1,000,001 uses. So anyway, I was able to make a couple of these within just an hour and get shooting. And so, oh right, once I reinforced it with the tape, then I cut out this part, because there's on the SandCrawler, it couldn't go all the way around because there's screws that are holding it in place, you know. So this was to sort of, the screws are here and here, so it just sort of wrapped around it lightly, and then I was able to only barely move it, just a little bit this way and a little bit that way, but just enough to give it a tiny bit of continuity between, you know, maybe 2 frames, and then I would have to put it back and start over. But it basically fooled the eye into at least seeing it as a moving element just enough. I mean, I really did a kind of a poor job. I was kind of tired, and you know, it's not going to really grab anybody's attention, but it's noticeable just enough that it looks like moving treads. I think it was a successful test. And, you know, again, this cost me like $1, you know. And you can look at it for yourself, the final. Here, let's just take a look at it again here, because we're here. Where is it? I thought I was going to be able to pause it or something. Where can I pause it? Oh, here we go. There it is. Man, I can't control it in this controller thing, so I'd have to open it up in another way. But bear with me, I can do that. I really need a proper mouse pad. The mouse pad, I mean, I don't have one, and it really makes my life difficult because my cursor just kind of goes all over the fucking place. So let me just try to grab this and open it for you real quick. Come on, buddy. Or, right there yet. This is the raw thing, not cropped, so you can. So, do you see that? I think it moves just enough. But there was a couple frames that I screwed it up. I mean, for me it did the job. Because to me it would have bothered me that the treads are like, you're so closely looking at the treads and they're not moving. And it was an easy enough thing for me to try, and it ended up working. So, so that's that. All right, so the glue gun ought to be ready by now. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Okay. What am I doing? I am going to glue him down. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it did the job. Okay, so let's do a camera test and see where we are at in that department. Focus check. Just if anybody cares, we are shooting at ISO 200, f11, and we've got a just under 1 second exposure time. So it's like a nice long exposure, which gives increased depth of field, so that it won't be a really narrow. I mean, I don't have like professional lighting. I'm just using just regular old, pretty dim ceiling lights, and you know, so if you take photos with this type of light and have like a quick shutter speed, you'll just get mostly blurry stuff, except for what's the very slimmest, you know. Hey James, how's it going, man? Good to see you. We haven't really started yet. We're just doing a camera test here, and did we do one? Oh, I guess I didn't do one yet. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. Looks pretty good. Actually, the background is a little bright. Maybe I need to. Oh yeah. The light's mostly behind them. This shot. Let's see his arms. I gotta put him in his first pose. Oh, what's up with his knee here? Alright, there we go. Superman. How are you doing tonight, James? What's going on, man? What are you up to? Man, that's a little loud, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Maybe even tone it down a smidge. Make it a less of a long exposure. Yeah, because I want those hills to be kind of dark. Well, that's looking pretty good. Do we have the original to compare it to? That's what we got. Yeah, I think we pretty much got it. I mean, that's the thing. I don't spend a lot of time dialing it in. I like to just get rolling. We've already wasted enough time, right? Oh, it's just cape flying in the wind there, and this one. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see what my cape dynamics are looking like, so I get it right. No, look at that. It's just kind of falling. Oh, okay. It's just kind of flopping. Just kind of flopping down below. It's not really trailing out like Superman. Okay, no problem. James says, just got finished writing a script for a video. Awesome, man. Awesome. Who? I mean, is it a fan thing? Is it your own characters? If you're able to spill the beans on whatever you're writing, I'd love to hear about it. Okay, so we're not gonna do too much Superman here. Tone down the Superman. It's just kind of regular. Definitely forward a little, maybe. I'm not gonna try to like match it exactly or anything, but I want to see how many frames how many poses per step on his runs here. Just eyeballing it. I'm not writing anything down or planning anything hardcore, but it's like, okay, so boom, he hits the ground, one, okay, so hits the ground, one, wait, does he hit it there, or maybe he hits it there, but anyway, one, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think 8 poses per step. He's got that kind of a, his arms go sort of, he's like punching the air almost in front of him, hitting that spot in the middle of the chest. Okay. Good. And look at how the helmet just completely stays stable the whole time. So that's what I've got to aim for. Alright. So that's what we're going to do. I'm not sure if I want to write another 10 minutes for it. 20 minutes already. Oh wow. Doing a running animation looks painful. Well, it's gonna be fun, man. No way. Running is, the thing is, like, look at the crop. I'm not showing his feet hitting the ground, so I mean, it's gonna be fine. I'm not too worried about it. I hope I'm not speaking too soon, but runs aren't that hard. Let's see, right now he's not. Right, what I gotta do right here is bring his shoulder forward. That looks better. Let's see. What's going on? Oh. Ah. He's got to lean forward a little more. The cape's got to go over here. Down. That's pretty good. Oh, okay, let's do a focus check and oh, let's get Grogu facing the right way. It's gonna be cool along there. And I have to remember to do a plate every time. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I do. I have to do a plate every time because I am going to be shifting the focus every frame, so I got to get a plate for every frame. Ava, what's going on here? Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, maybe I should make this bigger so you can see it a little better. I don't know. what's up, my hun? Alright, there. That ought to be better. Okay, so we will go ahead and... Oh wait, I have to do the focus check. Yeah, good thing I didn't forget that. Looking pretty good. There we go, now it's looking good. Gotta check for cat hairs and such before I pull the trigger. Oops. Okay. All right. Oh, wait a second. Grogu's not quite right, is he? Just gonna glue him inside the thing, just so he's less trouble. Okay. I think we're good. Whoop. Okay. Oh. Yeah, the hardest thing is going to be figuring out how to do. I guess I should be over there. Oh man. It's really hard to set this up in a way that makes it so you can see what's going on and I can. Okay, here we go. Can you also see? Yeah, it seems like you can still see. Sort of. Doesn't matter. Okay, sorry about that. Just trying to figure a way to access the set. without bumping. Oopsie. Oops, my mouse is over here. Okay, how am I going to do this without spilling my coffee? Okay, I think we got this. I can't see my monitor too good. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, so I bumped the camera already? I didn't glue down my, alright, yeah, shit. Let me just real quick glue down my tripod or I'm going to be sorry. Once we get rolling, it'll go a little quicker. That's only 11:30, not too bad. Not too bad. I put some tape down on the floor so I won't wreck my hardwood floors, and then I glue the tripod feet to the tape, and it works really well. Oops. Bear with me one moment. Hey, so you know what? I'm going to have a big announcement tomorrow. I think I am anyway. I haven't gotten confirmation yet, but I've got something in the works that could be really fun. Okay. Ugh. Now my tripod is locked in place. We can try that again. See, because the shot that I did last night of Mando jumping, doing the last few steps of this run, it's the other side of this run, and I only did about a second of it, and he just jumps right up on the thing. Uh-oh. James, hold on. James, I just accidentally deleted your messages or something. Everybody was timed out. Oh, Jesus, what the hell happened? Oh, man. Guys, I'm sorry. I hit the phone wrong and, How the hell do I fix this? James, Nitro, are you guys still there? I don't know what the hell happened. I just like... Oh. Are you guys on timeout? 300 seconds? How do I undo that? Guys, I am so sorry. I don't know what the hell happened. No. Man, how the hell do you undo timeouts, for God's sake? I didn't mean to do that. Hope you'll forgive me there, guys. That was really embarrassing. I think I did it twice to Nitro. I'm trying to undo it. How the hell do you undo it? That is really lame. How come it's not easier to undo timeouts and crap like that, guys? What the hell? Wow, that just really upset me. I'm really sorry. How long is 300 seconds? 5 minutes? Nitro, I think I muted you for like 10 minutes or some crazy... Unbelievable. Oh well, I really hope you guys forgive me. I guess I gotta press on here. Ugh. I can't believe I muted my two most loyal visitors. I am really embarrassed about that. Okay. Really frustrating not having the proper mouse pad. I just don't have any area around here to properly do this. Okay, what about this? We'll be getting on with this in just a second. Alright, looking pretty good. Wait. Yeah. James, I'm sorry, man. Any plans to make scenes with the Mudhorn? Well, how the heck am I gonna do that? They don't make no Mudhorn toy, do they? Okay. James, let me sincerely apologize. And Nitro, I hope you're still out there, buddy. Man, I don't know what the hell happened. Alright, so, okay, we're good with this. Okay. The thing about the Mudhorn scene that would be really difficult is that the Mudhorn really like destroys his armor and stuff and really covers him in muck, and it would be hard for me to simulate that mud and the Mudhorn, especially since they don't have a toy for that and I don't have the skills to create a custom one or anything. Just double check his face there. That. It's so funny. I can't believe I did that to you guys. Nitro's still silenced. Let that be a lesson to you. You might just get muted for no reason whatsoever. Okay, so we got that shot. Did we get that damn shot? Now we gotta do the plate. really gotta put down like a piece of tape, straight line piece of tape, so that it makes it easier to put Grogu back where he belongs. And I'm just going to cover that blue tape with black tape so that I don't have blue light. Why not just do the black tape? I don't know. Nitro, I had to return. Dude, I am sorry about that. Were you guys like you could still watch it, but you just couldn't talk? Unbelievable. What a jerk I am. Okay. So glad you're back. So glad you're back, man. I tell you. Yeah, the blue tape method. Yes, exactly. Just creating a little guide for myself. Okay, so now this is the annoying part is I gotta remove the plate that I just shot and put it back to the front of the sequence so that all my plates end up at the beginning, and it makes it easier to keep the animation flow going. Okay, so I just moved them back apparently. Yeah, that worked. You know what? I think I might need to just zoom in on this so I can see what I'm doing more, because all that extraneous stuff doesn't matter. So I can just scale this up so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Because I need his head to have some continuity to it, you know. It's really important. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking, guys. I didn't rack focus. Let me check the focus. And it looks fine. Alright, I'm just gonna put a little mark here where Grogu was. So that makes it easier to put it back. Yeah, I could still see and hear you, just couldn't say anything. Gosh, guys. Alright, so... Oh, we're doing our plate. That's what we're doing. Pull him out of there, shoot the plate. Put him back in there, a little head. Oh. I'm gonna move my plate. Cut that sucker, stick it in here. Alright, that makes it easier. And now we got to he's about to kick. Okay, so this arm goes back, this one goes up. He kind of punches in, kind of punches with his runs. I'm actually going to pull the glue up. The glue's still sticking to his toe right here. I glued it a little bit on the heel and a little bit on the toe, so now I just pulled up the heel. Let's see what the cape here is doing here. Something like that. Whoa. I might have to like glue his toe here or something. It'll probably work if I just something's he keeps kind of pulling back. The glue wants to put him back to standing straight. There we go. Come on, buddy. Just balance for a second, would you, bud? Just balance for a minute. No, not quite. We're almost there, but he's kind of losing direction. Oh yeah, duh. Yeah, he's got to be going this way. And his head really needs to be still. All right. I haven't adjusted his shoulders. Almost there, almost there. Wait, what? I put the Grogu tape down in the completely wrong direction. What the hell was I thinking? Let's do this again. That is completely wrong. I gotta make it go more directly toward the lens. I don't know what I was thinking there. Oh. Shoo, shoo, shoo. So, were you guys here when I explained that I found this old notebook that's my 20-year-old Probot notebook with ideas from before I even made the my New Hope for Hasbro. So it has all these old sketch ideas, including a Boba Fett versus Han Solo thing that plays out. So there's similar moments to Robert Rodriguez's use of Boba Fett in Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, because first, look, I gotta find it. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Oh, and I found all my old ideas for prequel, for what I was going to do with my old 20-year-old. Okay, here it is. Pages are like out of order, but so it says Fett swoops in, and this was going to be done with live action puppetry because I didn't know how to do stop motion at the time. Fett swoops in, pan down to knee dart shooters. So like immediately upon entering the scene, he was going to shoot his knee darts at Han Solo, because Han was out buying a jacket. He was about to buy a vest, and he goes and then he looks and sees that there's a jacket store next to the vest store, and he goes to buy a jacket, and then oh look, Nitro, look who it is. It's Joe Yowza makes an appearance in my oh okay, so when Boba Fett shoots the darts out of his knees, Han dives out of the way, and Joe Yowza gets hit by the darts. And then Boba Fett raises his blaster, his rifle, and then like Chewie saves the day. Han runs off, Fett takes aim, Ronto runs through, blocking shot, Solo lost in crowd. I mean, this could have been cool, but to be honest, I really didn't have the skills that would have been needed to really pull this off, even though I was writing it for puppetry and not stop motion. But anyway, oh right. So in my script here, Han, like, he pins Han down, and Han convinces him to settle it with a duel. So it ends up playing out very similarly to the Book of Boba Fett, with the duel with him and Cad Bane. And so like literally 20 years ago, I had similar elements to the script that they ended up shooting for the real fucking Boba Fett show. Excuse my language. And I really feel like I screwed myself by not forcing myself to, you know, get some of these ideas shot years ago. Because I never did Boba Fett shooting his knee darts, and now Robert Rodriguez did it, so if I do it, then it looks like I'm copying him instead of, I mean, not that he was going to be copying me, but like, you know, I don't want it to look like I'm trying to follow in Robert Rodriguez's footsteps. I'm doing my own stuff here. Well, except for here, where I'm not. Here I'm very specifically doing somebody else's work. over over again. But anyway, that was fun for me to find that old notebook, and I found it because I thought about using the cover, the black cover for the treads, and then I was like, well, this notebook can't have anything interesting in it, can it? I'm like, oh, wait a minute, it's a friggin' gold mine of my memories and my ideas that I pitched to Hasbro 20 years ago. Oh, shoot, I just realized he doesn't have his gun in his friggin' holster. Gosh, dang it. Well, it's a good thing I figured that out before I went too far with this. Where's his damn gun? So many false starts. So many false starts. Very sorry, very sorry. I know I saw one over here. Here we go, this ought to work. Okay, so I guess I need to do that over. Okay. So I'm just going to glue his heel back down onto the thing again. And oh, I need another glue stick. Let's start right here. Oh yeah, I might as well tell you guys first. I'm going to be giving away this guy right here as a thank you to my fans, my followers on YouTube. I mean on Instagram. So it's going to be a contest where where anybody who shares my stuff on Instagram or on anywhere, you can share it on any social media as long as you DM me with a screen cap of it that shows me that you did it, because I'm not going to get notifications of anything on Facebook or whatever, because I'm not on Facebook and I can't see your Facebook post, so a link isn't really going to do it. But anyway, of all the people who end up sharing my stuff in the next, until I reach 700 followers, and then I guess I will pick from the people who shared my stuff and give away this awesome vintage collection Brock Starsher, which is one of Jabba the Hutt's henchmen. So anyway, you guys are the first to know. Would that action figure interest anybody? Okay. Moving back down. Get this thing moving. Gosh dang it, we got stuff to do here. try to get him back sort of what he was like at the start there, which was if this foot's down, this one's back, and this one's forward. Cape's down. This was up like this. And heads forward. And like that. Something like that. Right? Yeah, you'd be interested in that figure? Cool. Are you on Instagram, James? Do I follow you on Instagram? Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's not looking at the camera. He's looking off this way. Up and focus check. No, not at the camera. Up this way. All right. Try this again. Starting over. Looking right here. Have Grogu's eyes sort of follow Daddy there, even though they just met at this point. Nah, Instagram too hip for me. All right, well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be on Instagram, but you know, I'll put your name in the bin. I don't really know how I'm gonna do the actual random drawing, but I think I just gotta like do it the old-fashioned way and like put everybody's names on slips of paper. I don't expect all that many people will participate, but I was gonna make it an Instagram only contest to simplify things for myself, but I don't want to exclude you from it, James. So you're definitely welcome to participate. Okay. Oh, gotta do my plate every time. He looks like he's roller skating from my perspective here. keep accidentally making him run toward the camera. But that's better, right? Should have started Grogu out further behind him, but I hear you about Instagram though. I really don't like, I mean, it's, yeah, I don't like being involved in any Zuckerberg type of a company. I quit Facebook for that reason, but I feel like Instagram's kind of necessary to do what I'm doing here. Hey Dawkins, what's up, buddy? No, you can't go outside. I gotta put my plates back into the beginning of the line here. Oh. Every time I'm taking a picture without Grogu in it so that I can then combine them as I have in the previous shots to get rid of the stem coming out of his baby bassinet. And that's called a background plate, and it makes it really super easy to do that. This one comes up, now arm goes down. That's not too bad. I've ever been super interested in faking photos of my life and then sharing them to the public. Oh man, I hear you, man. That's yeah. I have a personal one, but I don't really use it that much, and I really don't take a lot of pictures of myself or anything like that. But I have been very active ever since I started doing I started a page for Probot Animation, and that's been taking off lately, so it's been really good. Oh. I gotta do a focus check here. No, Dawkins, you can't go out, my buddy. Oh, my cat is so desperate for attention. I've been really bad about, I mean, you know, it's torture for them when I'm here and not paying any attention to them whatsoever, not even for a second, to like play with them for 5 minutes. I usually, you know, don't like to ignore them. Buddy. This is looking pretty okay. I'm just being kind of a stickler about trying to keep his head from bouncing all over the place. Dawkins, I can't let you out right now, buddy. Yeah, bud, I see you. I see you, bud. You're a good boy. I cannot let you out. Alright. Just do a focus check before I take this. accidentally bring him toward the camera. Come on, mousy. Better. Yeah, it makes sense if you have business or a project, or if you're just taking photos of your dinner, then nah. Yeah, man, no, I'm not that type of Instagram user. Alright, gotta get my plate. Move the cape a little bit, huh? It's supposed to be flapping. Good. Oh, I gotta put my plate back there. Sorry, Dawkins, you cannot go out, buddy. He can't stand that I'm next to the door and won't open it for him. Okay, come on, bud. See, really, his head's just moving way all over the place. I don't want it to do that. Guess I shouldn't worry about it too much. Guess it's alright. Oh, man. 12:17. Okay. Alright, so now I'm pulling the heel up and keeping the toe down. Fully extending the front leg. Still, he's not really making a lot of forward momentum because he hasn't left that spot yet. But he's like speed walking, you know? You need him to make if he's really running, he'd be further ahead. And he's got to get a lot more distance on Grogu. But 1, 2, 3, 4. I certainly don't have 8 steps worth of stuff here, so I guess I better. Maybe not make it run too fast. I don't know. Back. What? I keep doing this. One of these days you'd have Mando do the moonwalk and maybe the thriller dance. I'll tell you the idea that I would like to do, which is to have Boba Fett. I don't know if you've seen that really cringy Boba Fett dancing at Disney World like a few years ago, like back when the Star Tours days or whatever the hell it was, and they had just this really cringy dance numbers with the thing. So I would like to find that video and then make Boba Fett do that dance, and then have Mando like just shaking his head, like face palming, and then maybe hitting him with the flame because he just can't take it anymore. But I don't know about another thing I wanted to do like 20 years ago was, and my eBay handle is Darth Vader Lord of the Dance, because instead of Lord of the Sith, get it? Ha ha ha. So there used to be a thing called Lord of the Dance where he does this kind of specific dance, and that was a thing that people used to pay to see 20 years ago. And so I wanted to do Darth Vader doing that specific dance and then call it Darth Vader Lord of the Dance. But then I never did it because it's too stupid. I mean, it's just something that I would not laugh at and be mad that somebody else made, because it's not that funny. Alright, this is not easy. Okay, how about that? No. Oh my god. If you do it wrong, it really looks wrong. What happened? I'm overheating? What happened? That's good. Hey Dawkins, what's up? Sorry, buddy. Alright, come on, gotta do this, gotta do it. Dawkins, what's going on, bud? You coming over to help? Okay. It's gonna be an interesting plot twist. Buddy. Buddy. I don't know about this, bud. Dawkins, come on, bud. This is not. Hey, you're moving stuff on my set, buddy. Look at this guy. Look at this kitty cat. What are you doing, buddy? This isn't a table. The table edge is right there, bud. This is not. You're stealing the show, bud. It's too funny. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Here's all the attention for Dawkins. Dawkins, come on. You can have a seat. Okay, well, I guess we're stuck here. Oh man, buddy, I need to make progress here, bud. Come on, it's 12:30, buddy. You're too funny, bud. Come over here, man. Oh my god. Okay. But I can't go and sit with you. Can't sit with you. I got people watching, bud. Oh, he feels betrayed. Do you guys have pets? Dawkins, I don't need you to come back over here, buddy. You're just gonna have to deal. Come on, we gotta make progress here. Come on. Ow. Dawkins, you just chill out, my buddy. Just chill out. Bud. Just chill out. Buddy, I'm not coming over there to sit with you. I'm sorry. I am sorry, bud. Dawkins, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Oh my god. Buddy, you are too funny. I gotta keep those shots because that's just too hilarious. Oh, you're coming back for more, bud? Okay. Okay. I'm really exhausted. I've been putting, I've been really pushing myself so hard this last month. I just want to get this project done. Move on to IG-11 and other things. Dawkins, come on, bud. Enough with the guilt trips, buddy. I'm busy. I'm busy, bud. You're not going outside. You're not going outside, buddy. Get over it. Bud, come on, Bud. He's like patting me on the back of the leg, and it's just like, come on, buddy. The guilt trips just gotta stop. Hey, bud. Oh, okay. Buddy. I'm trying to concentrate here, bud. I'm trying to concentrate. Okay? I'm trying to concentrate. Yeah, okay. Come on, man. The hell. Stay running in this line. What the heck is going on with this guy? Run in this line. This line. Come on, bud. Fuck, man. I reach a point in most of my animations where I like really like call it the speed bump, where all my non-planning catches up with me, and I realize just what a nightmare I've set myself up for in any particular animation situation. Yeah, I might need to take a 5-minute break to sort of get my head straight. Oh, look at that. See, he's tilting back over. You bastard. I mean, I got the shots already, but look at that. He's just... You... Alright, I'll just glue him in place before I take a little break. Something like that. Whoa! Apparently not. Gotta put this plate back at the beginning too. Come on, where is it? Come on, man. It's really hard to control my mouse from across the room looking at my monitor over here. Oh my god, it's so... I make things so difficult for myself because I don't have a proper setup. Okay, so where does it go? Here. Man, okay. Yeah, I gotta take a little break. It's been a long day. See that? Oh my god, what a little fucker. Excuse me. I gotta kill that frame and just double up the previous frame. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Whew, man, alright. So, if you'll give me a minute here, I'm just going to put the thing on loop for a second and maybe put that music back on or something. I don't know. Oh, God. Just a musical interlude here. Alright guys, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Oh, so you're saying they still make Darth Vader dance at Disney? Oh my God.
Like spring, like a feather from above her, burdened of her wings. Now she flies.
Have you guys been to Galaxy's Edge? Disney, tell me about your experience. Take a little break.
Her mind runs on springs. These are strings. These are mysterious things. We left her up high, now she'll fly. This is my favorite things.
So do you guys think the Galaxy good? Or what do you think about this new Star Cruiser with Hope? You know, it's just stuff. I don't, maybe I'll go to Galaxy good one day, but kind of, in the age of COVID, it kind of bothers me. I don't really want to be such a busy place for so many people. I think it would only be really fun if you could go when nobody else is there. I've seen some pictures of people visiting Galaxy's Edge when it's not too busy and it looks kind of fun. But to me, I don't know.
Traffic lights and a
I don't know how
sign
to go.
and all my
I like kids.
clouds to make me afternoon faces, and for the colors to mix together like the cumulus clouds in the sky to which she flies.
won't regularly work on anything. The hardest thing sometimes about animating is having to like repetitively restate it or kneel down or whatever the hell it is. Try to get around all my crap that's in the way. And snacks. Well, keeping snacking is important. Oh yeah, I'm just checking focus, that's all. That's good. Damn, man. Feeling the burn right now. But it's okay. Just gonna turn around. We're making progress. And I appreciate you sticking with me. Oh, sorry, the music's still playing? Is it done now? I forgot because the music isn't playing in here. Okay, seems to be over. Sorry about that. Oh man, it's really late. It's been a really long day. And I'm not doing the best job at all of this today, so I apologize. But I was asking if you guys have been to Galaxy's Edge, or if you've been to, or if you plan to go to the hotel thing. Does that sound fun to you? To me, it doesn't sound. I mean, I haven't been to Galaxy's Edge, and I don't know if I'll ever go. It seems like kind of a family thing. But I don't have kids. Man, just move that rock. It's out of frame anyway, but. Didn't we go through this the other time? Alright. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of my plate. Oh man, this is such a tedious part of it. Oh. Here. Get rid of this plate. Okay. What's that look like? He's not really He's supposed to be going a lot faster than Grogu, and I'm not getting that speed difference correct, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, sorry about that. I would like to go to the hotel, but it's only for rich people. It's like $6,000. Jesus. I haven't even looked into the pricing. Looks okay. Check the focus again. I guess it's good for me to come and check the focus over here because I can see my monitor better. Good enough. Do you not like collectible lightsabers? I don't have the money for that kind of stuff, man. I used to have a Han Solo toy blaster. That's the kind of cosplay that I like, is the Kenner, to have the old school Kenner. But I sold the one that I had, man. I had one that worked and everything. Oh man, but I sold it on a really bad day. But I don't have any. When I was a kid, I had the first lightsabers that they put out, which had inflatable. It's just a flashlight with a blow up, inflatable, like thick yellow. Specifically, it was yellow, not blue or red. It was yellow, and I have a photo of myself fighting my grandmother. But I don't have those anymore either. Okay, so what? Do you have any of those collectible lightsabers? I mean, it seems like the ones they make nowadays are pretty darn cool. Gotta do the plate again. Because I was gonna say, Galaxy Edge sells all the lightsabers and even has a create your own lightsaber handle. Nah, I'm poor. I mean, yeah, man, I'm right there with you, man. I'm too poor to do that kind of stuff. I mean, I don't want to knock it. It it all sounds like fun, but the things that bother me about it are like the Coca-Cola collectible, Coca-Cola things that look like they're thermal detonators. I mean, I don't like that. I don't like Coca-Cola sticking its fingers in there, and letting Disney make all those kind of deals with all those corporations. It's just really rubs me the wrong way. And the people like love it, that they're like, oh, Coca-Cola, I love my special Star Wars Coca-Cola bottle. Fuck Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is one of the sickest, most disgusting, American companies. I mean, it's terrible stuff that just gets people addicted and rots their teeth. And the people who are addicted to Diet Coke are even worse. And it's just like so sickening the way they use advertising successfully over the last 100 years to manipulate people into thinking it's a harmless thing, when it's actually so detrimental to people's health. And so, I don't know, man, it's just like, I hate Coca-Cola. I used to love it when I was a kid. I hate it now. I hate it. So it really bothers me to see it in Star Wars, and totally forgot what I came over here to do. Get rid of this. Okay. But yes, as far as like customizable, cool stuff, I mean, it's cool. I wish, I kind of wish I had the money to do it, I guess. But I feel like even if I did have the money, I would rather spend it on toys rather than some experience. Other people would prefer an experience, not me. I've experienced. I mean, I guess it would be kind of fun to sort of immerse yourself in it or whatever, but the pictures I've seen of that hotel were, I don't know, it would just, I feel like it would rub me the wrong way. I can shoot this. Oh man, I almost moved it before I shot it. Okay. Wait till Coke pays Disney to sneak the Coke sign in a Star Wars TV show. Oh, you don't even. Oh, God. Blah, 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 blah. I did not hear that. I did not hear that. Like, if that's the thing that I'm afraid of is when we see the mouse ears and they just subtly put it in the background. Just they'll put some dome shaped roof in a cityscape, and then there'll be two other domes over here, and then just happens to look like the mouse ears. Oopsie, we put that imagery into we put that subtle shape, just stamping it in people's minds, and it's friggin' mind control. I hate it. I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say it in case they're watching, because for now Disney seems to kind of be playing nice with the fans and hasn't really cracked down on like fan films or anything, but you just never know when they'll just suddenly be like, actually, we're going to remove all the Star Wars fan films from YouTube and and no longer. I mean, they haven't had the Star Wars Fan Film Festival in a while, and that was before COVID. I was looking forward to putting Hood into that festival, even though I'd have to edit some of the sound effects or something. But or I'm not sure if it would have been able to be in that festival. But anyway, I hope Disney is doesn't pull the rug out under from people like me who have fun with the brand. Okay, what's going on here? He's still not making enough forward momentum. It's like he's jogging and not really running. It'll be fine, It's like a smooth enough run that people aren't going to give me shit about it. But he looks like he's running for sport and not for, to stop. Yeah, there's not really desperation in the run here. I'm not really making him act well. See, there's something about, I can't have him lifting his fist like that because it looks too much like he's jogging in the neighborhood. The way that he was really doing it, he's kind of punching the air as he's running, so I'm going to see if I can accomplish that where like the fist goes in a straight line when it's in front of his body. Oh man. He's really ought to be leaning forward. Come on. See, if you don't get it right, it just looks ridiculous. For me, it would just be a one-time thing, go for a holiday, and then never again. Yeah. I mean, sure, if you can, I wouldn't blame anybody for doing it, and I would even do it myself if I had more money. But man, this is just not quite right. What am I? Ugh. I guess I got the punch already, so he can be. Yeah. Ugh. I guess that looks pretty okay. Oh. can't quite get this pose right. I'll get it. I'll get it. Come on. There we go. That's it right there. Shoot it, shoot it. Check the focus on the next one. All right, gotta cut my. Oh no! Oh shit! Just move the table. Okay. Hey, dark nerdy Gonzo, howdy. What's going on, man? Hey, look at that. I moved the table exactly back. All right. So we're making some progress here. We're only like 4 hours into this stream. But how are you, dark nerdy Gonzo? What's going on, man? Where are you watching from, and all that? How's your night going? Here it's just turning 1 in the morning. All right, so next frame, he's got to be extending his foot. Yeah, I kind of screwed up that arm motion. Might have to. Might have to do that one again or something. Something was wrong with it. It seemed right when I shot it. Something's wrong about what I'm doing here. Can't quite get the. There, that's it. That's it. Sorta. Sorta it. Ah, it's like something's wrong. I'm not gonna see the foot anyway, but I don't know why it's driving me nuts that I don't have that foot. Is that it? It's gotta be. What would I do? Nothing much, buddy. So here it's 4:02 a.m. Just got back from a night walk to the 7-Eleven. Went to the Target earlier yesterday after a physical with the docs and score. Pulled the VTC wheel. Oh, and the Emperor. Great. Wow, that's awesome. Well, I hope everything went good with the doc. But that's amazing that you found those. Oh man, are you gonna open them? Oh, I know what's wrong with this. I gotta pull the heel up a little bit. Oh, come on. There we go. Now did I just royally screw everything up? No. I mean, it's still not quite right. There, it's more like that. Oh, and that's it. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I didn't have them leaning forward enough. You've always got to be leaning forward when you're running. Find the droids exclusive figures, Bo-Katan and the Mithril. Yeah, I didn't get the droids exclusives ones. I didn't really like the style of them. I would want them to be in the style of the cartoons instead of just like a weird repaint of like the more realistic sculpts, but the colors that doesn't make sense to me. I cannot get this right. I cannot get this right. I'll be zooming in, I guess, because these legs is just not going to work. What? What happened to my camera? I think my camera's overheating or something. Doc went well, still, that's good to hear. Still waiting to get the blood test results back. My blood pressure is better than last time, so that's a plus. Oh man, that's good. Oh shoot, I gotta check my focus. I can't quite get this particular pose right here, guys. Something wrong about it. Ugh. I mean, the thing is, because I'm faking, he's not actually, you know, if I was doing this professionally or whatever, you'd probably have some kind of rig that holds him in place. Ugh, what's going on with this? why it's not working. I might need to give it a rest. The Emperor I got two of, so one to open and one to keep on the card, and the Queel was the only one there was, so I'll keep them on the card for now, I guess. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, let me just check the focus on it here. Then we'll get the pose right. And he's not looking right. Oh no, something really screwed up about this pose. Oh. There, something like that. Oh man, this is tough. Alright, come on buddy, we gotta get this going here. Nope. That's almost there. Almost there, guys. And then maybe I should glue his heel. Yeah, I guess I better. Because once I rip the, oh look at that. That might work. If I get the next step right, this might. I don't know. Whoops. I guess that'll do. Have any guess as to when you think you might complete this stop motion? Do you mean tonight's stream or this whole project? Because I haven't decided yet how many more shots I'm going to do. I definitely want to do at least one. I want to do more shots of the Jawas communicating. There, I can like get into that cockpit of the SandCrawler and shoot that. So there's more like of the part where the Jawas purposefully drive into the rock and he has to avoid that by jumping up on the shelf there. So anyway, there's just a few more. But that's why I'm trying to crank through this as fast as I can and like push myself to do like this shot tonight, even though I wasn't quite, you know. I'm just trying to push myself to get it done as quickly as possible. All right, so cool that down here. But again, I wasn't sure if you meant tonight's stream or project in general. I really want to get back to the IG-11 and just do some totally different stuff. Eventually, I'd like to switch it so that I'm doing Mandalorian themed stuff on Mondays. Then the whole project. I mean, okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna kind of reassess all of that after this shot. Wait a minute. Because you know, I'm basically, I could call it done almost at any point. You know, I've got the beginning, middle, and end. There's just a few other things I'd like to do. Like, I'm not gonna do the part where he's like swinging and swiping, and I don't know. There's all this other stuff that's a little. But maybe I want to do the shot where he like shoots the rope up and starts climbing up that way. I'm not really sure. Again, I'm kind of sick of it. I mean, I just want to be done. It's so funny. Wait, did I not put him down the right? Man, I really messed that up. Let me just get some of the glue off of his feet here. I'll try to put him back. I'll probably end up only doing about half of the shot, like 4 steps instead of 8. But who cares? Okay. Now let's see if I can place him. Perfection takes time and you're pro. It's game by mile. You'll get it. Yeah. Thanks, man. We ain't aiming for perfection. We're aiming for good enough. It really looks terrible in some ways. All right. And I really appreciate you guys being so nice and giving me encouragement and these cobwebs. Man, if you try to pull a cobweb off before it's ready, it just keeps on pulling. It's so funny. I hope I put it down in the right place, or did I just put it down in the exact same place? This is tough. Let's go. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, right. That's something like that. Forward momentum, forward momentum. Come on, Betty. Is that the problem? Oof, I don't know, it just looks terrible. Something about it, I'm not getting it quite right. But again, maybe like, something about the torso I'm not getting right. Oh. Yeah, it's got to be leaning forward. And yeah, something like that. Yeah, now we're talking. And now I gotta rack the focus for sure. And he's gotta face that way. All right. Whew. Oh. Oh man, I screwed up. Well, that's all right. What's going on with his hand there? I guess that'll do. Punch the air in. Ugh, gotta get rid of the plate. At least I'm remembering to shoot the plate every time and not forgetting. And we'll do a little focus check. Seems alright. What's going on there? Oh, not right. Do I need to... Okay. You say for your other projects, will you tackle any more semi-long mini features like you did in the old days with Alien 5 and prequel by any chance? Well, funny that you mentioned prequel. Because I don't know if you were here for any of my last streams in the last couple of days, but I just found my old notebook with the ideas I had for the... I had a whole other part of prequel, and it's right here, prequel part 2. Looks like it takes place on Yavin, the opening scene with the X-Wing and Akbar there, Mon Mothma, some stuff going on, C-3PO and R2-D2. Anyway, I mean, yeah, I would like to do another longer one. Man, this is crazy. Okay. Because I had a whole story with the tall snaggletooth discovering his force powers and stuff. And I found an old sketch here that I was showing the guys earlier of Boba Fett versus Han Solo, where he shoots his knee darts and immediately, and then later on, him and Han have a duel in the middle of the street, just like Cad Bane and Boba Fett in that show. But I wrote this 20 years ago. But now I can't do it without it looking like I copied Robert Rodriguez. So anyway, I'm kind of disappointed that I never did the ideas that I had 20 years ago. But I got distracted by so many other projects and so many other things, and then, like, I don't know. But yeah, I'd like to do more stuff like Hood, more short stories or mid-length stories. I don't know if I'm going to do anything super long because it takes so long. If I was going to do it, I would have to do it in chapters, and you know, try to do it that way. You know what I mean? Because my problem was, I mean, doing Alien 5 Squared, I took a year and a half to do it, and I didn't release it in pieces. I just... Snaggletooth force powers. Yeah, man. I mean, I had a whole thing where, I mean, if you, I don't know if you remember prequel, but he like shows an initial like that character, the Snaggletooth character, like has the Force in him or something, or the Biff does. I don't remember. I don't remember. I have to look at these notes. But I have a really this the thing I'd like to do now, or one longer story that I would really like to do, is an alternate universe uh, of Rogue One, where they don't die, and I'll tell you that. All right, here's my pitch for Rogue One. I'll try to work what. Okay, so my pitch for my Rogue One alternate universe is to start it with the scene that we're familiar with them in the elevator right after they've sent the plans, and she's in the elevator. Okay, what am I doing here? Okay, I got that already. Right, so Cassian and Jyn Erso are in the elevator, and right when it cuts away and you think they might be kissing, and they probably did kiss if you really think about it, so we show them kissing, and then they lean back and, you know, bump into all the buttons, and so all the buttons light up, so then it has to stop on every floor instead of going down like they're going down to the ground level, and you know, but leaning back when they're smooching lights up all the floors, so then they stop, and then the first floor that they stop on is a hangar bay, and there's a bunch of ships there, and then they look at each other and they're like, what? And then then they run and they just get on a ship and they get the fuck out of there right as it's exploding, and so then they're alive, you know, they're not even dead. So then, but then they get captured and they get put in the detention block. So then they're in the detention block, and then when Luke and Han come in, Luke ends up opening the wrong cell, and Jyn Erso's in there, and Cassian maybe, yeah, and Cassian, I don't know if they're together, but anyway, it ends up setting up a whole thing where there's a different love dynamics, different love triangle dynamics, and it just could be so fun to have Jyn Erso and Cassian still alive, and you know, interacting with Luke and Han and Leia. So I haven't written it all yet, but I've got the broad strokes anyway. Still looks like he's jogging here and not running. I'm definitely screwing this up. I might have to play it back at a faster speed or something. I think that's sort of okay. I rebel. Yeah, exactly. I love Jyn Erso. Oh my god, I love Jyn Erso. But don't you think Han Solo would love Jyn Erso? That's what I'm saying. It's like he's gonna go with her, and then Leia, of course, probably already knows Cassian, and so they might have a thing, and so then it's all just, and then Luke's just gonna be left in the lurch, as he already was. Okay. But I just think it could be so much funnier of a dynamic, with all of them together, escaping together. Okay, let me get rid of that plate. We're getting there with this, guys. It's actually, I can almost quit this at any time. I don't know if you weren't here for earlier, but my cat made a cameo appearance, so I just saved a couple of these frames from when my cat Dawkins came by. Anyway. Okay. I like that idea. Reminds me of the good old Star Wars Infinites comics from Dark Horse in the day. Would love an alternate take on the horror of Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, that's too big of a task for me, man. I can't fix that shit. Luke has R2. Ah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, they have a thing. I mean, if Lando can hook up with L3. Oh, I also had another script that I wrote a while ago that was aliens meets Star Wars, and it fused those worlds together. And God, I forget what the plot was, but it was good. I have so many ideas that I've wanted to do, not enough time. Which way is this arm going? So I'm just going back. And this arm's punching up. Punch, punch, punch. Lean forward and look up. Yeah. Ooh. Sort of almost works, right? Let's see. Wished we got Lucas sequel trilogy instead. R2 is a feisty one. So, what would you have wished would have happened? Do you want to how would you have done it if you were in control? I don't know if you guys ever heard this story. Aliens ideas sound sweet if you have them. Cool alien. From Haya Toys. I have some of the old that look like the retro figures. I have some of those. I don't know that I have all of them. But yeah, I'll have to find that script. I definitely have the script somewhere. What was I going to say? Oh, did you guys know that I used to be a paparazzo for 10 years? I was like a paparazzo, and I even worked for TMZ. And there was a time that sorry, I just got to take a little rest here. There was a time that I interviewed J.J. Abrams, not interviewed, but I briefly talked to him at the airport, and he didn't want me to talk to him on camera, so I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just ask you a question off camera. So I was like, listen, is what this was after Force Awakens came out, but before Last Jedi, and I said, um, how did um, how did Kylo Ren recognize the lightsaber? He's like, that belongs to me. You know, he's like, so does he detect it with the Force, or is there some? Because it would have been lost before he was born. Luke's lightsaber that was Vader's, he wouldn't recognize it unless it was in some sort of database, or if he got some sort of feeling from it, like the Force retains like some sort of, you know, remnants of who held it or something like that. So I asked him point blank, because that didn't make any sense to me that he would recognize that lightsaber, and so he says, wait for the next movie, as if they were going to answer that question, as if there was going to be any goddamn information that would make any more fucking sense of any of it all. Like, I mean, I kind of like Last Jedi. You know, not all of it is great. I really hate the casino part, but there's some. I kind of like how he was just kind of like, screw this Snoke guy. We're just going to get rid of him and not do the same old stuff over again. We're going to go, you know, we're going to take a hard left. And I mean, there was some stuff that was stupid about it. It doesn't make sense that the Imperials would follow along behind somebody instead of shooting ahead of them and turning around or something like that. Couldn't you just do that? I don't understand. Yeah, man, I worked for TMZ for a year and a half, but I was a freelancer for 10 years. Um, and it was absolutely friggin' crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. My life was totally, totally crazy. And I'm just lucky that I mean, like, I almost shifted in that direction permanently and stopped doing this altogether for a couple of years. And then I slowly made my way back to it after everything fell apart for me around 2008. When I was we tried to do a movie, an all original story and everything, but I didn't know how to do stop motion back then, so we were doing it all with puppetry, and my whole life fell apart because the whole project fell apart, and it became just this really painful thing for me. So it took me years to, you know, get my friendship back with Sebastian, get my life together again, and get back on this train. But that's the thing, it's just crazy to me to look at the notes that I had from 20 years ago, the plans that I had, that I pitched to Hasbro that they wouldn't let me do. Because, you know, if my stuff had been able to catch on earlier, my whole life would have been different. I was like, really, but again, I wasn't doing stop motion then, so that's what changed everything for me. So, but I really resisted doing stop motion for a long time because Seth Green was doing it, and I didn't think there was any way that I could compete with what he was doing, and I probably couldn't until I learned from Stupid Buddy how to do it. So I turned everything around, learned their tricks, and incorporated it into my style, and then that, you know, now there's nothing that they can do that I can't do cheaper. But anyway, I mean, I look back, it took me so long to like really be proud of the toy stuff that I was doing. I mean, not that I wasn't proud of it, but to be able to embrace it with full confidence, because I sort of carried around a lot of shame as an adult who played with toys in an environment where people weren't doing that very much. Back when I was doing it, you know, just me and some friends, there really wasn't anybody else. I wasn't aware of anybody else doing it other than Todd Haynes. And so, you know, it always was this kind of embarrassing thing where I'm like, yeah, you know, I make these movies with my toys, but I wished that I could have been as confident about it not being something to be ashamed of and something to be super proud of and super happy about doing. Not that I wasn't happy. I just, shit. I just screwed that up. But anyway, I feel like I wish I could have, had more confidence about it back then. And what the heck is going on here? You do cut frame 37. This mouse is really killing me. What is going on? That's not what I want. Okay. Frame 37. Give me frame 37. Paste. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that didn't work 3 times. What were some ideas that Hasbro said? They didn't have any ideas. I had all the ideas, but there was just a list of things that I wasn't allowed to do because Lucasfilm wouldn't allow it back then. Which was, I wasn't allowed to do anything with dialogue. I wasn't allowed to do anything original. I wasn't allowed to tell any original stories. All I was allowed to do was scene recreations. There were action scenes. There were, not dialogue-based scenes. So I could use the music. I was allowed to use the real music and the real sound effects. And, so then I was like, well, I guess I'm just going to do a kind of a shot-for-shot recreation of certain scenes, and then, and that's just how it came to be. I was kind of tied. I had my hands tied behind my back, basically, of what I couldn't, all the stuff I couldn't do. Probably gonna have to. You know what the problem with all this is? It's probably that it's on 2s, and if I just get rid of every other frame, it'll make him look like he's running and not jogging. Oh, the Hasbro said no to. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, so I wanted to do. It was the year 2000, so it was the 20-year anniversary of Empire Strikes Back, and so I wanted to focus on Empire Strikes Back, and do the carbon freezing chamber, and do Hoth, and do do several scenes. But I also wanted to do like in between stuff I wanted to do the dining room scene. Vader dining with the good guys. But I wrote a sketch of like what happens when the door closes, and like it was a comedy sketch with Vader and Boba Fett eating straws, and this father-in-law dynamic, kind of like the Ben Stiller movie there with Robert De Niro, like just kind of that kind of a thing. But they wouldn't let me do any of the anything fun. They wouldn't let me do any comedy. But then later on, when Rogue One came out and they hired somebody else to do some stop motion, they let them do all sorts of crazy, wacky stuff. But the thing is, I wouldn't want to do the kind of crazy, wacky stuff that they approved, because it was all this stuff that like mixed different sizes and different toys that didn't really mix together, and I didn't like that at all. That's not my kind of humor. I think you gotta like build something that is a believable thing and doesn't break the fourth wall, unless that's the joke, I guess. 7, 8, 9 were mostly a letdown, though 8 had some of the parts I mostly like killing Snoke, like being a crank ass. Yoda felt right. in that flick. Wish we got Colin Duel of the Fates script instead. I never read that script. Meet the Parents. Yes, exactly. I never read that script. Was it good? I the, there was stuff I heard about it. I can't remember now, but there was stuff I heard about it that I didn't really like. I guess I just felt like I was a bigger fan of Star Wars than either Colin Trevorrow or Ryan or JJ or that they just I was a bigger fan than any of those guys because they don't. But at least Jon Favreau cares about the toys as much as I do, it seems. So I kind of trust what he's doing more. And I feel like he's got the right tone. And Dave Filoni, for the most part, gets it, but fails sometimes. Except that he was working with George, so it's really George who's still steering things in weird directions sometimes. Oh, I gotta change my focus. But yeah, it's just like I just can't waste any more time hating on any of that stuff. There's so much to love and so much to hate in all of it. I just just try to focus on what I like instead of what I hate. That's the way, right? That's the way of the Force. Something not right about this. Yeah, he's gotta be like that. Just gonna say they weren't real fans. They were just doing because they could. Yeah, I mean it's not. There were some things that they got right that I probably would have got wrong or whatever. So like I gotta give them some props for some of the things that they did right. But like you can definitely tell that like J.J. Abrams doesn't give a fuck how what's her name came upon the lightsaber or whatever. He anyway, I don't know. It's just you can tell they only care to a certain degree, and then it's just kind of a job to them, and they just felt like they were nailing it, and I don't know. What's going on here? Am I getting this right? It still looks like a speed walk more than a run. I don't know, guys. Wasn't perfect, but a mile in the right direction in the aftermath of The Last Jedi for sure. Oh, the first draft got leaked. Oh, sorry, I missed this one. Just the first draft got leaked. Felt like it would have meshed well the most out of the three. Followed up The Last Jedi better than The Rise did, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can tell with those movies they weren't made with passion, but were just jobs. Yeah, or I mean, the third one to me. Hey, Nitro, what's up? this is what you missed. The speed walk. I haven't quite gotten the run to look quite right, and it looks more like a speed walk, but I'm hoping I can just kind of speed it up in playback and it'll be better or something. Because sometimes it almost looks right, but then... But anyway, we're also talking about the sequels. And, yeah, how they were not done well. Okay, yeah, what I was going to say about the third one, I think everybody already has mentioned this, so it's not exactly the most original thing, but it just seemed like they were checking boxes on trying to correct all the things that they had been, that people had complained about. So they were like, oh, the three of them aren't in a scene together, so let's have them running down the hallway shooting stormtroopers. Okay, check that box. Okay, you guys said that, this was wrong, so we're gonna do that. And it just seemed like they were just trying to like fix their problems rather than really get it right. But whatever. I mean, yeah, yeah. Well, like that's why I did a Force Awakens one, but I'm really not at all inspired to do any other of the sequel trilogy scenes. Like, I guess it would be cool to do like Kylo Ren and Rey taking on the Imperial Guards there, or whatever you call them. I don't even know the name of those guys. Oh, I gotta do my plate. Almost forgot. But they didn't make enough of the different variations of those guys, so you really can't do it. Can't do it justice. Alright. So now his other foot comes up and he's making contact with the ground here. Oh, I gotta get rid of my plate again. You should see the J.J. Abrams interviews from Rise of Skywalker. He acts so disinterested and doesn't care whatsoever. Well, and right, you can tell there's so much like stuff going on with all the cast members. They all could tell that it sucked, right? They're all like kind of passive aggressive in the red carpet lines, sort of following Mark Hamill's cue, and it's just, yeah, yeah, it would have just been so awesome if they'd done just a few things different in Force Awakens to just give us what we needed with the three of them together again, instead of doing that more dramatic holding it back. I think Colin got some things right, though there was no main vision hammered out at the start of the trilogy, with no main head to steer it through the whole thing, which needed to be point blank. I know, that's the thing. I mean, but okay, but that's my whole thing with Star Wars, is that when I was a kid, I believed wrongly that it was George Lucas and his vision completely, start to finish, nobody else. I mean, I knew that other people contributed, but I was only 5 years old, and I just kind of, George Lucas basically got all the credit back then. So, I just wanted to believe that he had all the ideas ready to go, but it's so clear when you watch the movies now that the original trilogy, they had no idea really what they were doing. They were figuring it out as they went. They got lucky the first movie. They got really lucky the second movie, but then they kind of, it already, like, the third movie shows that they didn't have that stuff planned out, because nobody wants incest to be retroactively in your movie, that's gross. Why the hell would they do that? Like, so in some ways, you know, Empire Strikes Back was a perfect movie until Return of the Jedi came out, and then it was like cringe. Then I mean, certain parts of Empire Strikes Back and New Hope are now cringe. So it's like, from the start, there's always been this sort of, you've got to take the good with the bad, and they've been making weird decisions, and then you just realize that they had no idea where the hell they were going with any of it, and they just kind of were, you know. So, you know, I've at least come to understand how the filmmaking process is so much more collaborative, and George Lucas really has Irvin Kershner to thank for really getting the tone right of the direction of the second movie, and the comedy, the balance of the comedy, and all of that stuff. And then Richard Marquand, I don't even think did a very good job with Return of the Jedi. I mean, he did. There's a lot of great stuff, but it's so clunky in a lot of ways, you know? They were all so tired you know, it's so clear they were all so like older and tired and over it. And the whole world was basically over it, except for the kids my age who still were into it. But like, you see how Harrison Ford friggin' hates Star Wars. It's kind of sad. So I just don't like to think about all that stuff too much anymore. Just kind of like focus on the stuff I like. I mean, at least there's The Mandalorian, and there's so much new stuff to be happy about, instead of just being bitter about those old films. Now we can be bitter about the mod kids. I fucking hate those mod kids with the Vespas. I mean, that just, I hate space Vespas. That's looking okay. I think I'm kind of getting it. To be fair, the director of The Return of the Jedi is a messy script. Yeah, I've never dissected it that much. I really should. If I cared about these movies, you know. It's like, for some reason, I never, read as much about the behind the scenes. I saw like the behind the scenes films when I was a kid, but I never like have read the books on it. I guess I should. It's very educational. Oh man, I'm getting tired here. This is starting to turn out okay, I guess. Glue his foot down here. Love Jedi, Jabba, and Emperor for life. I mean, I loved the Jabba the Hutt scene, and I loved all that stuff, but basically, okay, right, Return of the Jedi is amazing up until Boba Fett dies. And then it's like, what? He's a burp joke? When Boba Fett becomes a burp joke, that's an issue. Because then it was like, are you guys here to... I mean, and Han Solo becomes a joke. He's a joke in the third movie. He thinks he's cool, but he steps on the stick. He only kills Boba Fett accidentally. I mean, I guess it's cool because he's like so badass. It's like he doesn't have to look to fire or whatever. But he hit him without knowing he was there. That's different. That's like, It was so, I hated Han Solo being reduced to a joke. I mean, it's one thing when he's being funny. That's different. But when he's the butt of the joke, no. So, you know, Boba Show. It's crazy that anyone approved the Vespas. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's where it's like, you know, the Disney. There's like Disney people coming in. Oh, I mean, there's just a lot of more Disney type jokes in the shows. Like I've mentioned before, like the droid with the green the dealer. He's the card dealer droid, and he's got a green visor, um, like the old dealers from the Vegas in the '60s or something. And it's like, that's just dumb because a robot wouldn't need to have a green visor. He would just have some kind of a internal filter to filter out the green. It doesn't make sense. And I really hated the meat packing place with the rubber flaps, because it's like, what, you don't have a better solution, a technological solution in the Star Wars world to keeping your refrigerated rooms? You have the same meat, grocery store meat flaps. I don't understand why. What that was just so bad. But obviously they did that because they wanted to show the silhouette of Mando before they reveal him for real or whatever. But like, I just hate some of the, and I mentioned before, I don't really love like how the calamari guys were wearing sweaters and overalls, but then it's kind of cute, so I love it. I'm trying to like get over the things that bother me and just sort of like try to let myself love it and have fun with it, instead of trying to be the boss of other people and be like, make it that who cares what I want. Star Wars is a big enough world for everybody to have some fun. So I'm trying to like open my mind to, even not to the Vespa guy and that spin move. God, man, that was the worst. But I blame Robert Rodriguez for that. Boba Fett was always overrated to me till Mando season 2. Oh wait. It makes Boba look bad. He gets taken out by accident. Yes. I kind of feel Boba Fett was last second filler for them to do with the delay of Mando season 3 because COVID and actor contracts. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I feel like in my opinion, it seems like The Mandalorian was only ever made because they first wanted to make a Boba Fett show, and I don't know. I don't know if this is true or not, but they wanted to make him a good guy, and they didn't figure out how to make him a good guy until after people went crazy for this show, and then they were like, oh wow, I guess we should have gone with a Boba Fett show. Opened my heart to Disney. Yeah, I don't know. It's dangerous letting them in there. Oh, I gotta get rid of my. Whew, man. This shot's taking a while. But again, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and making it more fun for me to do my animations. It's so much fun kind of doing it with you guys hanging out. It's like, I love talking Star Wars. No, this one's coming up. This one's coming down, right? What am I doing again? Ugh. Yeah. That's sort of okay. What about Grogu? Yeah, sort of okay. Grogu's really supposed to be falling behind there, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna care. And some of the interviews, Favreau and Flino were keep going back and forth with Bob and calling it Mando Season 3 with backpedaling. But yeah, well, I mean, but that doesn't matter. Who cares what they any of it's called? I mean, it's definitely weird to have a whole episode and a half where Boba Fett wasn't in his own supposed show that only has like 5 episodes or something. But I don't care. It's not. Doesn't matter to me. It's all it's all part of the same story. When it comes, when in a couple of years when there's the Kenobi show and everything else, when Christmas comes around, I'm just gonna have to watch like all of it. I try to or I used to anyway, try to watch everything in the order that you're supposed to, that it's supposed to happen. But it's like impossible at this point. So you just have to select your binge. But I used to enjoy watching the holiday special and everything in between watching, Star Wars and Empire. Is this good? I think it's good. Wait, something like that. Whatever. I'll open my wallet more to Disney if they give Star Wars more 3.75 inch scale love. Yes, well, that certainly seems like there's something fishy going on there. I'm wondering if they, have all this delay and they're putting out the 6-inch versions of all those characters because they're trying to get everybody hooked on that scale and just holding back this line long enough so that the younger people or whatever, the newer fans are, have sort of locked into that bigger scale. Because it seems like such an addictive thing. Am I wrong? I mean, it's just, I've obviously not gotten over it in 45 years. This is looking okay. I think it's looking okay. Uh-oh. Did I do a damn plate or not? Oh, I'm just here to check the focus. That's what I'm doing. I hope I did a plate on that last one. Man, it looks like I hadn't checked focus in a while. Oh man, 2 in the morning. Yeah, so last night I was up until like 7 in the morning doing my last thing because I couldn't sleep after drinking coffee all night. and I wanted to post my edit. And then I go to sleep, or I try to go to sleep, and then some maintenance workers came in at 9 o'clock in the morning and started doing like all his power tools were going off and whatever. So I only got about 2 hours of sleep. So I don't know what I'm doing. James said, I think they had a problem coming up with the Boba storyline, which is why he barely in one episode and doesn't even feature him. Yeah. Well, but it seems like they've got their. It doesn't seem like to me that they're pulling it out of their butts. I think they've got a lot of planning. You know, a lot of planning goes into it. So, what is it I'm drinking? Coffee. Drinking coffee. Today. Oh, I almost forgot to do the plate. Okay. But I'm all out of coffee, so now I'm screwed. Oh, I got a good idea. Wow, this is kind of cool, man. I think this is kind of looking okay. It's gonna do the job, as always. It's not perfect, but it's gonna do the job. 1 second. Now we're gonna switch gears. Get myself a different drink. This is some weed lemonade. It's gonna get kooky in here, guys. Gonna get some real trippy stuff happening here. I'm gonna start seeing things. Ooh, that hits the spot. And did I shoot the plate? I did, I think I did, right? Maybe I didn't. I'll just... I think I already shot that plate. But in case I didn't. Good enough. Again, it's more like a jog, but I don't know. I'm gonna figure out how to speed this up somehow. By speeding it up, I guess. I'm really not paying as much attention to the cape as I should be. Looks pretty good. What about Grogu? Yeah, he's looking good. Oh, looks like I forgot to move him at one point, but he's fine. How many steps do I have here? One, two, three, four. Well, not too bad. Better than anybody else's Mando running shot that I've seen, because I haven't seen anybody do one. But see, if I do that punch too much, he looks like he's Mr. Rogers or something. I don't know. Or it looks like he's running in slow motion or something, you know? Who cares? It's fine. It's sort of fine. I gotta get rid of my plate. Drink more stuff. Whew, man, I'm gonna quit pretty soon, I guess. Kind of running out of room for him to run. Actually, I wonder how much closer I'll even be able to focus on him. But who cares? We've done enough. You should put out a challenge for Mando running stop motion scenes for him. I don't necessarily want too much competition. I do want to encourage people to do this because it is. I just don't want anybody to get better than me. There are plenty of people who are better than me in animation, but I feel like I have a little niche in the Star Wars action figure universe where I have a little more practice than most people do. I'm really surprised that nobody else really does like the same lightsaber ignition type of effect that I do, which is straight from the movie, straight from Alec Guinness. You just aim the lightsaber at the lens and then twist your wrist and it looks like you're igniting the lightsaber. And that's the easiest thing to do with action figures, and nobody does it. I never see anybody else do it. I was thinking a challenge that I could propose to people with some kind of a giveaway would be to have people do a setup with their own toy photography where they make their guys watch my video by putting a phone there or whatever, making it some kind of screen or hologram or something that they're watching. Because I do have a fan somewhere who printed out a poster of Hood and put it in his like toy universe movie theater or whatever. So I thought that was pretty cool. Ugh. Plate. Ah, whoops. I guess I better glue this other foot on. Come on, buddy. I don't even know if it's in the right spot. I don't think this is right. No, I don't even think I got that right at all. Ugh, man. Feeling the burn here again. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. I gotta check the focus. Whew. And that is it. That is the focus limit right there. Whoa! Almost dropped my drink, but it had a cap on it. Wow, so I guess this is the last frame. Welcome to the martini. Here, let's get his head right. Martini shot here, guys. Whoa, what's his head doing in the last one? Oh no. His head's going all over the place. Oh well. I have not been paying as close attention to his head as I should have, because it's like, when I looked at the run, it's all about his head facing, like, being staring straight ahead or whatever. Oh well, I kind of screwed that part up. But for the most part, do I like Jaws? Do I like Jaws the movie? Sure. I'm not like obsessed with it or anything. I haven't watched it in a long time. I like Spielberg. Most of Spielberg. I don't like everything he does, that's for sure. But yeah, I love Jaws. Then again, do I love Jaws? I guess I don't love it because I don't, I haven't like gone out of my way to watch it in, a really, really long time. I think it was on like Netflix and stuff pretty recently, and I just kind of didn't even bother. Was it? I don't know. Am I remembering that wrong? I don't know. What did I do here? What did I do? E.T.? Yeah, sure, I like E.T. But again, I haven't seen it. I mean, like, I loved those movies when I was a kid, but I haven't, I guess, like, my, like, passion for them has definitely faded. And, like, I don't know. I mean, what do you like? Do you think Spielberg is better than Lucas? I always thought that he, like, there were some cheesy moments that were too. He's too focused on pleasing children. And then also, I don't know. I mean, but Schindler's List is great. There's plenty of great movies that he's done. That's for sure. I never really liked Saving Private Ryan. I'm not a big Tom Hanks fan. I don't know if you're allowed to say that in America, but I've never liked Tom Hanks. I mean, I did like Tom Hanks. I liked Tom Hanks in Bosom Buddies, the TV show. And then I was like, and I liked the movie Big and Splash or whatever. But then, did I lose the stream there, guys? Okay. Am I live? I guess I am. Spielberg definitely makes a lot better films than Lucas. Whoa! Made a lot better films than Lucas. Yeah, well, okay, alright. I can't argue that. I mean, Indiana Jones is amazing. But, you know what's not amazing? Casting your wife in Indiana Jones 2. Lucas has a much shorter career. But do you like THX? And do you like, I mean, I love American Graffiti. And THX is pretty great. I mean, so, but yeah, he's sort of, you know, yeah. Spielberg is a better director, I guess you could say, for sure. But they've all had their hits and their misses, you know. Alright, so let's conform this puppy. I think we're definitely done with filming. Conform the take. And we're gonna export. Just tally up the films against each other. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, for sure, like, and Spielberg, like, you know, he's got multiple, yeah, he's got miles on Lucas in some ways, but do I love anything that he's done better than Star Wars? No. So it doesn't matter. None of that matters to me. Look at how funny it looks. Are you seeing this? Sorry, 1 second. Dang this thing. Ah, this friggin' mouse. I can't, it won't work. There's nothing. I can't find a surface where my damn mouse does what I want it to do. Ah, sorry about that. Now, let me find that. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. No, you can't see that, right? No. Hold on. Let me figure this out. Oh. Ah. There we go. Okay, so there it is. But it'll be cropped. Well, that's best Star Wars. Empire Strikes Back. I credit to Irvin Kershner. Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. Sorry. Yeah. For Lucas it goes THX, American Graffiti, creator of Star Wars, but only directed A New Hope and the prequels. Yeah. You are correct. I cannot argue. That is true. But it's it's just like any. What the hell, man? These glasses are killing my hair. Um, but any no no artist is perfect. Who's your favorite musician? Have they not let you down? Have like everybody lets you down. Like you can't put your faith in anybody as being some kind of perfect filmmaker or whatever. I just don't. I used to think that like whatever like Scorsese or something was some kind of a super genius who could do no wrong, but like they all do a bunch of shit by the end of anybody's career, you know. So you just got to take the good with the bad, I guess, right? Anyway, but yeah, I'd agree with you that Empire. I mean that the Empire is the best Star Wars movie as far as like keeping the feeling going from start to finish. Um, the you know the kiss, the incest kiss is the only part that's bad, and that's not Irvin Kershner's fault that it is bad now. It's their fault for changing it. Because I would think that like they wouldn't want that stuff in there if they're gonna make them brother and sister. Like if that was the plan from the beginning, they wouldn't have done that. It's gross. It really bothers me. I don't want to see them kiss. But anyway, whatever. But it's like I hate the tone of the humor of the third film. I like the tone of the humor in the first two films. And really, like, I guess Carrie Fisher probably gets credit for this, but my favorite line in all of cinema, hands down, is Han Solo saying, "They'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they?" That is the perfect line. Ugh! Like there is no better line in all of movies to be like, "What? No way! Yeah, that means you're crazy." As a kid, like for for the hero to say that as he's diving into the damn asteroid field, I mean, wow. I mean, that there's never a moment in a movie that is better than that moment for me of like being like, "Oh my God, what is gonna happen?" So I don't know. Well, I guess I should just throw this in the premiere, but hold on, I have to export a proper image sequence in order to do that. What do you think is the best Star Wars moment or the best line from Star Wars? Or if you want to give me the best line from Spielberg, is Spielberg your favorite director? Is that what I'm getting from this conversation? Because you know, I can't argue that Lucas is a better director. I don't think that he is. But I kind of like his movies more than some of Spielberg's movies. I mean, that's the thing. I love Indiana Jones, but then and I love some things about the sequel. Like I like some things about Temple of Doom, some things about the third movie, but then I really disliked a lot of stuff about Temple of Doom. I really hated Kate Capshaw, and the fact that she's the wife. She was his. Well, she was the girlfriend, right? He ditched his real wife and married her like around that time, right? So I hated Kate Capshaw and the like their dynamic in the movie where she's like the annoying prissy lady in the jungle. I mean, oh god, I hate that. I hate it, hate it, hate it. And the fact that Indiana Jones falls for a Nazi in the third movie is just disgusting. Like, let her fall. Don't be sad she's falling into a pit. She's a goddamn Nazi. And then, I mean, the fourth movie is just insane, but fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate leads to suffering. Hey, Dark New Girl. But I mean, I feel the same way in that I try to take what I enjoy about Indiana Jones and leave what bothers me about it. But like, there's just so many things that bother me about it. Like I don't like that I don't like the theory that like all religions have some truth to them, because you don't. It's like they're pretty clear that they don't. It's either like the Hebrew God either has power, or the magical stones have power, or I mean, it's like it can't really be all, and then also aliens. So I don't know. It's just so fucked up. Oh, your favorite director is James Cameron. Okay. And see, there's another one where I have to admit where that like Aliens is a more perfect movie than any of the Star Wars movies in some ways, but is it a better movie than those movies? No, I still like the Star Wars movies better, even though Aliens is more perfect. It still ranks just below on what I think about the Aliens in Indy 4. I mean, again, I prefer Aliens over any religion, so I was kind of open to it. I don't believe that any religion has any magic to their reality, but I could believe, and I do believe, that aliens exist. I don't believe that aliens have ever been here and have influenced our primitive cultures or any bullshit like that. I don't believe in that, but whatever. I think it kind of makes it's. I was willing to go with those parts of the movie more so than Shia LaBeouf being there at all. I just hated him. I was just glad to see Marion. But the next one's gonna be weird, man. What are they, in the 70s? Who's my favorite director? I don't know if I have one anymore. I mean, it always used to be George Lucas, but then I don't know, man. I just don't really. Everybody lets me down, you know. I used to like Wes Anderson or whatever. I liked Bottle Rocket. I liked the first couple of Wes Anderson films, and then like I hate Wes Anderson now. Like it just gives me the creeps. Like the way he just like wants to appeal to these rich people. It's just, or whatever. I don't know. I just, but like there's so many great directors out there. I feel like I don't really even know. I'm not even really in the loop because I don't have enough. You know, I don't know. I'm too hooked on Star Wars for just for whatever. I mean, I feel like I'm a crazy person, to be honest. Like, just I love Star Wars too much. It's kind of a, it's kind of a sickness. It's kind of a weird, you know. It's like there's nothing I can do. I just love Star Wars, and nothing else that has ever happened on this planet is as good as that. And it's not even the movies that I love as much as the toys. It's all about the toys for me, and just making my own Star Wars universe that makes me happy. Um, you know, by having all the toys and making it, doing what I want to do with it. Not to say that like I'm my favorite director or anything like that. Fuck no. There's, oh, you know who's I love Steven Soderbergh. I love the Coen brothers, but I don't love everything that, and I haven't even seen a lot of stuff that even some of these my favorite directors have made. Scorsese, yeah, right. And you know, Scorsese obviously has his moments, but they've just all let me down. They've all let me down. So I I no longer care about filmmaking with people the way I used to. I don't want to be a film director who works with people the way I used to. For me, it's all about animation now, and I don't even necessarily love other animation directors, so I don't even have a favorite. I don't love Lakia. I think some of their movies are cool, but I don't really love them, and I don't really love. I don't know. It's just I don't really love the Tim Burton aesthetic. I like it sort of, but I don't, I don't love it to death like the ultra fans. There's the Scorsese people, there's the Tim Burton people, there's the people who love all these different directors, and I just can't get into anybody. The way I used to when I was younger, and I used to like have favorites and ranks and everything. And to me, after a certain point, it just doesn't matter anymore, because it's just opinion. And that's just all happening in my brain, and who the hell even cares? And is there any consistency to any of it? Not really. Day to day it'll change. So, I just don't invest too much effort into caring what my favorite anything is anymore. um, that's the thing. Like, I went to film school, but I never got into films. I always preferred movies. So I always knew that I was like not intellectually on the same level as these people who preferred more intellectual films. And to me, it's not a, I don't know, like to me it's always about the visuals and always about the effects, and like not necessarily the philosophy. So I don't know. I need to revisit stuff because I really like, I'm so opinionated, but it didn't occur to me till much later in life that a lot of times my opinions are based purely on other factors and not the film that I'm even watching. It's sort of like I'm thinking about other stuff, so I'm just pissed off or whatever, so then therefore I project it onto the movie. And so I don't even know for sure if I hate the things that I hate and love the things that I love until I go back and check again. Because it could all be that I was just, pissed off at something else. Or, I mean, part of it also is I was so bitter. I'm turning 50 years old this year, and I expected to be a little bit further along in my career and to be a little bit more, you know, ahead in life, but I'm way behind. And so I have a lot of bitterness toward basically all filmmakers who've had any success whatsoever, because I feel like I never got my chance. So, but then I realized that, and I realized that I don't see things objectively. So, therefore, I try to reserve my judgment on the things that I love and that I hate these days, because I realize it's all very foggy. It's all like, it's there's so many factors involved that don't have anything to do with whether or not it's actually good. and I'm just so unforgiving on any little technical thing that I see that I feel like I could have done better, that then I just like, you're dismissed. And I know that that's not fair. No, no. What things do I now hate that I once loved? Well, I mean, I don't like hate. It's not like um, I I just used to love film more and be more open to liking films, and I think I just more and more throughout my life just ratcheted up, just sort of closed down the things that I was even willing to watch. Like I don't like I don't like the fact that you have to watch a movie before you decide whether or not it's good, because I feel like then you've wasted your time if it's bad. So like I've like not even I judge movies based on the trailer, which is wrong, and I so then I avoid watching trailers because ever since okay like ever since Terminator 2 came out, and that's a long fucking time ago, right? I've absolutely hated the movie industry in the way that trailers are made, because the trailer for Terminator 2 gave away the fact that the Terminator was good guy this time. But then when you watch Terminator 2, you're not supposed to know that until the moment that he pulls out the gun and shoots the other Terminator. You're supposed to be in the dark. You're supposed to think that it's the other way. And it ruins the entire film to know that before you go in. Come on. I mean, it just ruins it. There's no... So all film... You should try to go into all films, in my opinion, totally blank slate. And let the filmmaker's vision and the you know, all the ideas presented in the order that the director wanted and the writer wanted, and not some marketing company that wants to take the best snippets. And especially the way people dissect it on the internet now, you can't even... I try to watch trailers and not really pay too much attention so I don't have it all spoiled for me, but then you go on the internet the next day and they're like, oh, look at this, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, and then everything is fucking spoiled. And like when Force Awakens came out, I was trying to avoid stuff so much, and then the day, like the hour before I was about to go see the movie, I go on Facebook and somebody posts a picture of Han Solo being impaled with the fucking thing. So that, I was just like, that's it. Fuck this. I gotta like just avoid all marketing, all internet until I get to see the goddamn movie. And so it's so hard to like even see the movies the way they're intended to be seen by the people who make them and not by the people who are marketing them. And it's just hard to get everybody on the same page, you know? So anyway, I just have so much bitterness in me that it's, you know, I've just always been a really judgmental person, and especially when it comes to film, and just the things that so many people love, I just don't like Labyrinth, for example, or whatever. It's got David Bowie in it. I should love it. Jim Henson made it. I should love it. I fucking love Jim Henson, but I hate Labyrinth. It fucking sucks. And you know, I mean, I just anything that had that 80s qualities where they were trying to get the Star Wars feel but had shitty special effects that weren't as good. So I just like hate most everything that's not Star Wars. It just, nothing lives up to that. So except for a few things here and there, Terminator, Alien, Star Wars. I mean, Terminator, Aliens, Dark Crystal. There's so many things that are great. Sure, yes, obviously, yes. And I do try to love some, like, you know, as much as I could. But I don't know, man. I just have to admit that, I mean, I let the dark side of myself take over too often, and you know, and it's just hard sometimes to see what you're doing objectively and realize when you're projecting, you know, things onto other things. So, do I hate Star Trek? No, I don't hate Star Trek, but I don't have any love for it either. I was, I don't think I was smart enough to appreciate the kind of the good things about it when I was too like, because obviously I saw Star Trek before Star Wars came out, so I kind of liked it until Star Wars came out, but I was only 4 years old or whatever, so I don't think I really had any understanding of anything of what anybody was talking about on the show. And then but when Star Wars came out, Star Trek just kind of sucks in comparison in the production values and in the fact that it was a TV show and not a movie, and all the things that I wouldn't, you know, I was unable to sort of give it a break and sort of appreciate it for what it was. So I just never really liked it. When Star Wars came out, it was just like, there ain't no point in watching no Star Trek. It's all a bunch of garbage. But oh yeah, for sure, Star Wars is the main passion. But like and nothing else compares. But I do at this point at least see the flaws in it, and you know, I understand that some things are superior in some ways, like the Alien and Aliens are less flawed than anything Star Wars. But then once you get past that, the franchise sucked, man. And I even liked Joss Whedon back then. But the third one, I love David Fincher, but I hate Alien 3, and I just hate. There's no franchise has ever lived up to at least getting it even close to Star Wars as far as even continuity between the films and you know, like I don't know. I let so many little things bother me. I can't even. I try to be more open these days. I don't know. Doesn't always work. I totally forgot that I was trying to do some stuff here. Export my image sequence. Again, I don't necessarily see my love of Star Wars as something that I have any control over. I feel like I was just the exact right age, 5 years old, when the toys came out, so that it became this obsession where just nothing else is as cool as the action figures that were coming out in those movies. And then there's just never been anything more like. There's definitely never been a toy line that was good enough, that was that good when the movies. There are toys being made now that are better than ever before, but there were no toy lines that when the movie came out that was as good as Star Wars. So to me, it was basically all about the toys. So not all about the toys, but also just obsessively watching the movies over and over again. I was very, very lucky. First of all, okay, I had a video. I my father owned a video store in 1979. He opened a video store called Captain Video. I'll show you. So I had a Betamax before Empire Strikes Back came out. I had Star Wars on video. I had a bootleg copy of Star Wars that was filmed in the theater with a video camera and a live audience reactions to it or whatever. I had no idea that that's what it was. I didn't know what, you know, that it was I didn't know what a bootleg video was. So this was my father's video store, Captain Video. This t-shirt's all faded. It was in Newton, Massachusetts. And so, yeah, we were very, very, very lucky to have a video, a Betamax at home in '79. And my father, because he had that store, somebody like got him the bootleg of Star Wars, and he gave it to me. And I ended up taping over the bootleg of Star Wars with Star Wars when Star Wars showed on cable in like 1983 was the first time it played on cable TV, but it was pan and scan, so it wasn't even letterboxed. It was a pan and scan version. So I taped over a letterboxed version. So unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. I mean, it wasn't good quality, I guess. It was a shitty bootleg, I guess, but I had no way to judge back then. But all I knew is when was I ever into anything else? G.I. Joe, Ghostbusters. I mean, I was into Ghostbusters the summer that it came out, but it didn't continue, and there were no toys, right? I don't think that there were toys. G.I. Joe, I never liked G.I. Joe and Transformers because they, just to me, the production value of those cartoons was shit, and I preferred older cartoons like Bugs Bunny and stuff that was actually made for cinema release. The cartoons that I grew up on, most of them were originally aired in film in cinemas on big screens, so they were very cinematic in a way that the TV cartoons of the late 70s and early 80s were just garbage. And Ronald Reagan changed the laws so that they could then make cartoons that didn't have any educational value and was just a cartoon tied in with a toy line, that then the cartoon was basically written around the toys that they wanted to sell, and it's a sort of a backwards way to write a cartoon. That's essentially the story of Star Wars. George Lucas wanted to make something that he could own the toy rights to, and that's the whole reason that it's made, but it's sort of, He-Man takes it to another level of like, none of the adults give a fuck. They're just writing a bunch of shit to sell you a bunch of crap, and it's all just garbage. But that's really offensive to the people who care about those mythologies. I've never given it a moment's thought. As far as like, does Transformers actually have a compelling storyline with characters? Like, I can't tell the difference between any of the Transformers because I've never paid any attention to that. So, but yeah, to me it was just like, you could see, even as a kid, you could sort of see the quality level dropping of cartoons when it was shifted from being something that used to play before movies in cinemas to something that was then showed on television and cranked out for Saturday mornings, and Smurfs, and then when there was like, Smurf spin-offs, like, it was all just Smurf crap, So, you just, as a kid, when the 70s transitioned to the 80s were amazing, the first few years of the 80s, but then by the end of the 80s was awful. It was a disaster. It was just, everything was cringe and Bon Jovi and shit. And oh shit. Wait, sorry, there's Bon Jovi fans in the audience. But I feel like I grew up in a time where you defined yourself as much by the pop culture that you hated as much as the stuff that you loved. And especially, I grew up in a very bitter part of the country in Massachusetts, where everybody just liked to tear everything down, and liking anything was not cool, and just hating everything was kind of cool. So, I just feel like I was warped from being the age that I was when Star Wars came out, and I've just been addicted to it my whole life. But then again, I feel like it's the perfect thing. I mean, look at how awesome it is. Nothing is better than this. Look at this fucking toy. This is awesome. These toys are the best thing that have ever been made in the history of human. You know, I don't know. I just feel like, what's better than this? Nothing. I don't know. I don't. Tell me. What's better than that to you? What's better than Star Wars toys to you? Is Ghostbusters or any of that stuff better? I don't know. I haven't seen the new Ghostbusters movie. I don't even know if it's good. Did you like it? Man, it is weird talking to a camera for fucking 6 hours. It's cool that you guys are all here, but it's just so weird that I talk and you guys type and I look and it's all a delay and this is all so strange. But it's very therapeutic. Very, very fun for me. So I do really appreciate hanging out with you guys. Alright, let me try to open Premiere and see if I can get this thing into the timeline just for fun. Be glad, yeah, escape New Jersey. Wait. Super Toxic Hall of Fame shitbag standard is here. I'm not quite sure I'm following you there, but did you escape New Jersey? I spent some of the summers of my youth. I spent a brief time in Egg Harbor, New Jersey, and yeah, I feel like the whole East Coast has that mindset of everybody's too cool for school, nobody wants to like anything, and everybody wants to just beat up anybody who gets any joy out of life. And you have to, so I grew up in Massachusetts hating California because you're kind of taught to hate California. If you, especially growing up in Boston, they're the rivals, so I hated the Lakers, I was never all that into sports. I had a brief time when I was into the Boston Celtics. But I feel like growing up in Boston, yeah, it really does. They do, and that East Coast mindset. I mean, when you're growing up in it, you feel like it's a strength, but I don't know that it really is. It took me a while to open up to the fact that California doesn't suck. I mean, it does suck in some ways, but it doesn't suck in a lot of ways that Massachusetts does suck. But it's not till you move out of your hometown or whatever to sort of open your mind to new, ways of thinking and realize how closed or how sheltered you were growing up. I mean, growing up in Boston is such a weird. It's such a weird place. I'm actually a descendant of the Mayflower people. No shit. Which is sort of a shameful thing to admit, but definitely. Oh wow. So you're still in New Jersey? Okay, right. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's good people there too, but yeah, I mean, there's like that. I know what you mean, man, about the just the toxic mindset of people. But I think it's everywhere. It's around here too. I wish I was further along in my career. Where would I hope to be? Well, I mean, okay, look. I wish I had some stability. I wish I had some money in the bank. That's all. I don't wish I don't wish my life was different. I'm glad I made all the mistakes that I've made, because if I hadn't, then I wouldn't have been um, like, for me, getting to see a job, I can't even believe that that is real. Because that is just another level. I mean, I would never have expected to to be part of something like that. Um, but I mean, okay, but like, sorry, I'm trying to like figure out my workspace here. I'm trying to use a damn mouse. What can I do here? Give me a second. I guess part of me wishes that I could be working on Star Wars if they're going to be making Star Wars. I mean, okay. When I went to film school, I thought that if they ever started making, this was in 1990, I went to film school for 3 years and then dropped out, right? My family ran out of money, and I couldn't continue to get my degree. But I guess I always just figured that I would go to film school and have a life like George Lucas, where you make a film at the end of film school, and then it gets noticed, and you get your first job, and you just become a filmmaker. But I never really, um, you know, envisioned what the true path to becoming a filmmaker actually is, and how you have to get a job as a PA, and then you have to work your way up, and you have to understand every single job along the chain. You have to understand how to do the job of a second assistant director or whatever, all the jobs up along the chain before you actually could hope to be an actually good director. Um, but I also, so I think I had to, come to the understanding of the realities of the film industry, and that I tried to get some jobs when I moved here, but I never really found a department that I even excelled at, because I wasn't the perfect guy for the camera department. I've never been able to focus enough on cinematography to really care about all the stuff you're supposed to care about all the things that you're supposed to care about to be a really good filmmaker. So, I mean, but I always thought that if they started making Star Wars movies again, I would drop whatever I was doing and somehow get a job on those movies. But I never did. They started making the movies when I was working at a movie theater in Boston, and I was just like, shit, they're making the movies in Australia? What the hell am I supposed to do? They're not even, how could I even get, it seemed like it was too late, or there was no way for me to go through with it. And then, but part of me is glad that I'm not involved in the shows or anything, because I don't think I'd be happy as a Disney employee. I'm not a good boy who has, you know, like, I don't feel like I have that pure-hearted Disney, whatever the people that love Disney have, and the people who can get hired at Disney have. But I don't even have what it takes to get hired at Lucasfilm, because I've just never played the cards right. I've never done I when I first moved to LA, I got a job on Hellboy doing effects, but I was never able to continue that path. Even working in the effects department, that seemed as close as I could, because back then it seemed like it was moving away from physical effects. I think I worked on the last jobs that Fantasy 2 film effects ever did, that were pyrotechnic jobs on Hellboy, Punisher, and Resident Evil. And I don't think they ever worked after that, because everything shifted to CGI. And I should have learned stop motion back then, but I thought that everything was shifting away from the stop motion, and that wasn't going to be a thing anymore. Everything was going to CGI. So then I kind of was, accepting the fact that I never was going to have a career in film, I never was gonna, have any of that stuff. And um, but I was doing toy cinema, but I couldn't embrace it as much as I should have, because now it's exploded into such a huge thing that I feel like I my my path I like stumbled and my whole life fell apart 10 years ago, and it's been really hard for me to get back on the path to success. But um, I I feel like I missed the boat on the whole toy cinema thing, because now there's so many people who are so much more famous for it. It's sort of like I'm I have to play catch up with something where I was, like I said, I have the proof that I was way ahead of the thing. I was way ahead of the curve 20 years ago, but then I fell on my face, and the whole world took off and is doing this now, and there's a lot of people doing it better than me, to be honest. So, like, I don't have much interest in toy photography anymore, because there's so many people doing it better than I'm doing it. This is my only niche, is that I'm able to do this a little bit better than most people. So I'm just trying to go full force on this. But I wish that I'd been able to get my shit together 10 years ago and keep the momentum going that was building then, instead of falling on my face and having to build up from nothing 7 years ago. So, but then again, if I hadn't made all those mistakes and screwed up my whole life, then I wouldn't have been on the path to making the Sia videos. So, making that, I mean, Jesus, that is so, I may never do anything that cool again. Hopefully I will. But it's, you know, I mean, I think this is that cool, but this doesn't get me any money. I'm trying to figure out a way to get this so that it at least pays one or two bills a month or something. Um, but get it, I have to get this channel to monetization level. I have so much work to do. Um, Trying to, like, I mean, but that's what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm here. Is I'm just trying my best to, like, get back to, like, where I feel like I should be in terms of just getting recognition for the work that I've done. I used to have There used to be like 600 views a day or something on this channel, and it's dropped down to like 60 views a day, just because there's so much other shit out there that I'm just lost in the shuffle of the algorithm or whatever. And, like, just my stuff is just, there's people who might have seen something 20 years ago, but just people have forgotten about me, and people have, you know. Anyway, I don't know, man. I'm rambling and rambling and rambling here, but I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I'm reaching the age of 50, so I really feel like I'm at the point where my body's about to completely start falling apart, and I've got no security. I've got no, I have not succeeded as an American with any, like, or as a capitalist, to, like, have any retire. I'm never going to retire. The only hope I'll ever have to anything is to get lucky and make a film and, like, make something original that I own a piece of, that then gets, big, and then somehow I earn $1 million. But, like, that ain't gonna happen, so I've just got to, yeah, I know, YouTube is fucking creators as is. Right, so that's the thing, where I feel like I screwed up the whole timing of where, if I'd been able to keep up the momentum that I was building in 2008, and not fallen on my face, then I would have hit the stride of viral videos, when they became a thing, but that's when I was basically skidding out and my life was destroyed. Because that's the thing, man. I was not. We were trying to make a feature film that was going to take years to make, and I was trying to also do the toy thing, and try to convince my friends that I needed to become the toy guy, and but that was also a very ego-driven and narcissistic path, and it's not really. I wasn't. It's not. Anyway, I. But I was okay. Yeah, I was trying to do the film, The Simian, that my friend Sebastian wrote, and we had all these custom action figures made and sets built, and it was going in a good direction. But I was like, no, we've got to also make toy stuff that's addressing the, like, topical stuff. We've got to make political stuff. We've got to do, and we did the Paris Hilton video, making fun of Paris Hilton going to jail. Like, as soon as she went into jail, I was like, okay, we got to write a thing. We got to make multiple episodes. And, so we did, I was trying so hard to, like, get, stuff going, but I needed so much help from so many other people that I just couldn't sustain it, and it just all came crashing down, and like I dropped out of the whole thing for like 4 years. So I feel like I missed those 4 crucial years, that, and and just being able to build up my confidence back to the point that I felt, that I was, I've never been comfortable calling myself an artist because I just play with toys or whatever, and I just do whatever. But I'm not a real artist. But so, like, I really feel like I've always suffered because I don't take myself seriously enough and take this seriously enough, or I never did until about a month ago. I had this epiphany in the last couple of months where I'm just like, God, if I'd ever been able to just focus on this instead of trying to focus on earning money so that I could do this on weekends, fuck that. If I'd been able to just focus on this full time, there's been so much momentum built in the last month since I begged my sister to help me. She gave me a little bit of money so I could stop doing DoorDash for a couple of weeks and just focus on this. And it's been so miraculous that, like, so many more people have suddenly taken an interest that it's proven me right in that I should have been doing this 20 fucking years ago. I should have been able to get somebody to help me do this 20 fucking years ago. I have Boba Fett shooting knee darts 20 years ago. I have Boba Fett standing doing a shootout just like you saw in that show. And I never got to do it because I couldn't get my shit together 20 years ago. But, I mean, what am I complaining about? The toy cinema is now a thing. Like, playing with Star Wars action figures has become a job that you could actually do. So, I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like I missed the point. I missed the opportunity to get just a little bit ahead of the game, monetarily, in order to make a sustainable engine doing this. Because right now, I'm just barely, I don't have $2 in the bank, right? I have nothing. And I'm just barely able to keep one step ahead of my bills by, like, begging for help from people. So, and I'm still several steps away from, like, setting up my, setting up Patreon, setting up a Venmo, getting it so that people like you guys, people who are passionate, who have an extra $5, can help me, like, but it just takes so much work to get to do all the things that you have to do these days to sort of get yourself set up, because I've got people telling me that I've got to do TikTok. I've got people telling me I've got to do Twitch. I've got people telling me I've got to do this and that and the other. And I'm just one guy, you know. I can't do everything. I've reached a point where I can do it all myself, but I don't have the time to do it. So anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. I feel like it's the start of something. This streaming has proven to me that this is what I should have been doing with my whole life. But whatever, I can't complain because this is amazing. What I'm doing, I mean, I feel amazing getting to do this now, so I shouldn't complain about the path that it took to get here. And I don't mean to complain about it. It's just that life is hard for everybody right now, and I feel like if I trip up one more time, if I have one more unexpected, anything bad happens to me, I lose everything. But so, it would be nice if I could just get a little bit ahead so that I could then concentrate more on this and then build it into what it ought to be. So I hope that made sense. I've been ranting, quite a bit here, but I don't mean to sound in any way unappreciative of my life. I've had it so much easier than everybody, especially when it comes to my health. I'm like, I've never spent a day in the hospital. I've had it so lucky in my life. Like I said, I had a fucking Betamax in my house when I was in 79. I was a spoiled kid who didn't appreciate how good he had it until, things in life don't, reality starts hitting when you're an adult or whatever. My life, I just always knew I was going to be a filmmaker from the day that I saw the making of Star Wars. I was just like, well, why would anybody want to do anything else? That's what I want to do. So to then be 50 years old and have them making the Boba Fett show and ain't nobody offering me a job to direct. So, in that way I feel like I have failed. But I got to make videos for Hasbro 20 years ago with Star Wars toys, and they sent me Star Wars toys in the mail. So, like, I've had highs of my career that are higher. I mean, that's an accomplishment that I don't know anybody else who's done, So, like, I feel so lucky to have had, like, the milestones and the lucky times that I've had, and so many. I mean, even the crazy adventures as a paparazzo, even though it brought me a lot of stress and anxiety, because that's something that you can't really be proud of doing unless you are able to either don't have a soul or are able to kind of find some kind of balance to do it without being a total prick, which I was never able to find that balance. So, but being a paparazzo my life has been, I think my life has been crazier and more adventurous than anybody that I've ever met, anybody that I've ever known, anybody, like, even rich people and famous people haven't lived the crazy shit that I've lived. So I feel very lucky for my whole life. But I've reached a point where I am at an age where it's getting really scary that if I don't have some kind of a money in the bank, that, some shit's going to hit the fan real soon and I'm going to lose everything. So there's all those things. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world a lot of days. Other days I just feel like, oh my God, if I don't get a break soon, I'm gonna I'm gonna break. So, I was at a breaking point about a month ago, and that's when I reached out to my sister, and she helped me. And I feel like I've turned everything around, and I feel like I'm on an upward trajectory, and everything's about to head in the right direction. But Jesus fucking Christ, it's getting scary out there in the world. It's getting scary living in this country and having to share it with a bunch of fuckheads. And you'd see everybody feels the same way. It's just you feel it about the other half, whichever half you're on, right? So, and I don't want to get into any political discussions, but I am, I about a month ago was feeling ready to punch somebody out there, just going out there and looking for a fight. And I was probably going to find it if I wasn't able to then just like focus on this. This is the thing that I have to do. I have to find a way to get this off the ground. So, thank you for helping me. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being here. I think you guys are proving to me that there is an audience out there who will care about, seeing how I do my crazy shit. Because I know I'm crazy. I want to take it to a level that nobody else is willing to take it to, as far as like my crazy productions. Because I've got to do something. I've got to try to make my mark on this world. And I don't feel like I have any original ideas to offer. I don't feel like I have anything like original characters to create necessarily. I'm not that type of a creative person. But my creativity comes out doing this. So I feel like if there's anybody who's going to be able to be paid, to play with toys, I should be the person to do that. So that's what I'm hoping to do. And you guys are a really, really important part of that, and I appreciate it. So just keep spreading the word. There should be an important big announcement coming tomorrow, but I haven't got the final word on that yet. Oh, God, I keep forgetting that I'm trying to multitask over here and put the damn images in the timeline so that we can see what it looks like. If you're still hanging out with me, then why not? I'm getting all teary-eyed here talking about my sad sack life, right? Oh, right. But like, am I wrong, or like, I feel like the country has kind of hit a turning point where we're all kind of fed up with all the bullshit, and the veil has been lifted on capitalism and the bullshit that we've been living under for the last 50 years. And oh, what the hell, what's going on here? Oh, I plugged in the wrong hard drive. Duh. Well, I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. I just feel like sometimes when I'm talking, I'm just going left and I'm going right, and I just I rant and I rave. I've spent I've spent the entire pandemic by myself. Pretty much any communication I've had has been through some device, other than like when I'm working DoorDash and like in a restaurant getting food or whatever. Any actual social communication with anybody has been, this through the internet, and so I feel really disconnected from our society, and I don't talk to people for days at a time. And so then when I do end up talking to somebody, I end up gushing like a geyser of all of the shit that's been on my mind for like the week, you know. And so I feel bad for anybody who has to put up with me these days, because I feel like I'm not really even, you know, I feel like I sort of half lost my mind during this pandemic, and I'm trying to get it back, but it ain't always easy, you know. I really feel like I came close to a dangerous edge. Not in like that I was going to hurt myself or something, but that I was just going to look for a fight and get one and get punched in the face, because I've never been in a real fight. And I don't think I would be able to, you know, I think I'd be able to let my anger get the best of me and get into a situation that I regretted for then the rest of my life. But I do think I turned a corner, and that in the past month things have definitely turned, you know, in a positive direction. And I no longer feel as, you know, I no longer feel the rage that I was feeling a month ago. But oh my God. Oh my God. No way. I just forgot all about this. 20 years ago, I was, what the fuck, man? What is going on with this thing? Why can't I find the files? What did I do wrong here? What did I do wrong? Oh. Sorry, my mind is all over the place. I've got to take off one hard drive and put on the other hard drive the proper way. Shit, so what was I saying? Fuck. Totally lost my train of thought. Okay. Punch somebody. What was I talking about? Punching people. Oh, what I just found in the notebook. Yeah, so Sebastian, my original partner on Alien 5, he was a guy who I was playing music with when I was working as in a movie theater. We started playing music together. I played bass in his band called Obey. And so I was writing a script about heavy metal, not heavy metal, but like death metal bands. It's called Hex, and it was a script I was writing about rival rock bands, and they're satanic rock bands, and one of them was were full of posers, and one of them were totally real, and wanting to murder the other ones because they were posers, and the posers, the real Satanists couldn't get their shit together, but the posers became famous. Oh God, I can't remember. But the outline is all here. That is hilarious. So many unfulfilled plans. Okay. What the fuck am I doing here, guys? I can hardly think at this point. It's 4 in the morning. Okay, finally. Sorry, there's a whole process of getting backing up my files. And working with the backups. Oh man, what an emotional night. I had no idea what I was in for. Okay. So here it is. My whole prequel outline. So this is the first part. So, okay. Where prequel leaves off, I don't know if you've seen that, my original Star Wars things. Davros throws the switch and all the droids turn evil. So then Star Destroyer, some of this stuff I filmed, some of it I didn't. So where I stopped filming prequel and where I guess I should pick it up is the droids go on a killing spree all over the Star Wars universe. In a Star Destroyer, Death Star, Dianoga, I don't know what the Dianoga has to do with it. Rebel Base, Jabba's Palace, Detention Block. Oh, okay. So where we left off, the good guys had been captured. Lando, Snaggletooth, and Walrus Man. And when the robots all go crazy, they get freed from their cells. And then the band members also got arrested. They were being escorted to the shuttle. The stormtroopers are attacked by droids, and the Bith are freed. Oh, so maybe it was the Bith. Maybe it wasn't Snaggletooth who had force powers. It was one of the Bith. It was like Figure and Dan. So there's a shootout at the Cantina bar. Oh, right, because Davros was pissed. The whole thing happened because Davros was pissed the droids weren't allowed in the Cantina bar. That was the whole joke. So then Vader in medical chamber, locked in. I crossed this out. Grand Moff Tarkin, we're under attack. Lando, Snaggletooth, and Walrus Man get suited up in armor. I have those figures. I made custom figures of Lando in Stormtrooper outfit, Snaggletooth in a gunner outfit, and Walrus Man in a Stormtrooper outfit. I have those. But the Snaggletooth and the Walrus Man couldn't fit the boots on their feet, so they're just walking around with their regular feet. That cracked me up. Okay, so so when the bit okay, so we've got some good guys who have all been freed. They're running around the Death Star, but there's two groups of them. Lando, Snaggletooth, and Walrus Man are one group, and they are suited up in the armor. The Bith guys find an armory, and they find lightsabers. Oh, so I guess it must be Vader's collection of lightsabers or something. And they run into Imperial Bith. Oh yeah, I had a Bith officer. So I guess he saves them or something. The Death Star droid finds Vader has escaped and follows him to the hangar bay. Oh, that's cool. So Vader gets in his TIE fighter and takes off, and the Death Star droid follows in a TIE interceptor. Lando fights Lobot because Lobot goes crazy because of his droid implants. But Lando eventually wins him over. Dogfight, Boba Fett saves Vader from Death Star droid. Man, all this sounds fun, but I totally forgot about all this. Then Lando, Snaggletooth, and Walrus Man and the Bith guys reunite and defeat Davros. And Boba Fett and Vader enter and Bith fight. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I have Vader killing one of the Bith guys by impaling him through the back, just like they ended up doing in the deleted scene from Revenge of the Sith. But I had made a custom action figure of a Bith musician with a hole in his chest so that the lightsaber could go through, and I wanted to use the one that was battery operated with a LED, so that it actually lights up and goes through. And so I had the impalement and stuff before it was done in the movies, and turning on the lightsaber when it's pressed up against somebody. That's what I had in my fucking script way before they did it in the real Star Wars. Oh, and then it ends with a Life Day concert. Well, we'll see if I'm able to pull off any of that. Let's see if I can. Oh man, what a cathartic night. Now there's a whole process here where I have to export I have to import the photos, put them in the timeline, export it as a movie, import it back in, slow it down to 70%. It's a pain in my butt. Oh, you guys can't see anything I'm doing right now. Maybe I can open up Premiere for you guys. Oh, shit. My computer's probably overheating. I gotta put this fan on it. You guys still there? What's going on? Everybody asleep? Okay, so try to. All right. There. Okay. You see my computer's not fast enough to like sometimes it takes forever to show me what I'm looking at. But I'm just gonna go ahead and export this. Oh man. If you guys are interested in that paparazzi stuff that I was talking about, you can check out my other Instagram, which is Probot Paparazzo, and I have stuff posted up there. I did stop posting there because it wasn't catching on and it was taking up way too much of my time that I felt I needed to focus on animation, but I did post a lot of crazy shit on that Instagram. Tip of the iceberg, really. I once saved Paris Hilton from a stalker. I mean, I caught him. I called the cops on a stalker outside Paris Hilton's Malibu beach house. I like to tell that story as often as I can to anybody who wants to hear it, because stuff like that doesn't happen too often, and that happened after I'd made fun of her, making an entire series making fun of how dumb, spoiled, selfish bitch she is. But I kind of changed my tune on Paris Hilton because I started making money just from her being nice enough to let me take pictures of her all over town whenever I would see her. And that was before I saved her and after. She just is really cool that way, in that she really wants anybody to take a picture of her at any given moment at any time. But there was a time that Paris came down and played with her 3 dogs on the beach just for me. It was for me more so than it was for her dogs. So, I mean, and it was for her too. It was for her own fame, but like, it was all performative dog play for my benefit because I was the only photographer there. That was a totally different time than the stalker. But yeah, man, paparazzi life is fucking nuts. I can tell you some stories. Alright, so we've got to export here. Let's get it in here and put it in the timeline. Wait. 32. Okay. Dawkins. It's so funny. Looking at it not cropped, it's so bad. But cropped hopefully will be okay. What happened? Okay, there we go. What's going on here? Why do I just do this thing? That's not right. What is this? Sorry guys, I'm just super tired, so I think my brain's just pretty fried at this point. Plus I drank a whole weed lemonade, so trying to figure out where this goes. Here we go. It's right before this, right? Well, before the one before this. Yeah, so here's from last night, so it's right here. Can't even see what's in my own monitor. Grab all that stuff. Maybe I won't slow it down to 70% so it'll be a little more like a run. Oh man. Nope, wrong way. Dummy, dummy. Okay, now let's see. like. Just gonna do a quick export of just a few of the shots. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Oh man. Are there really still people watching? Come on, guys. Are you there? Or are you all sleeping? Hey, you're still there. Okay, cool. Thanks for bearing with me. Hopefully it won't take too long to export this so we can have at least a look at what it looks like in the timeline. Might take a couple of minutes. I'm gonna smoke some fucking weed. Oh, did I say that? But you can't see what I'm doing anyway. Tell me, guys. I mean, I bared my soul to you guys here, but tell me, has the pandemic affected you guys in a similar way to me, where you just kind of realized that you couldn't put up with any more bullshit in your life, and you had to like go for what your dreams are, and like sort of like now or never kind of a shit, kind of a oh man, I can't even talk. A shift, a now or never shift in priorities. Because for me, it was like very dramatic. Or tell me, how are you guys as far along in your careers, or did your lives go in a different way than you planned, or share a little. I feel like I'm very self-centered a lot of times, and I forget to remember that other people have their own perspective on things that could be very different from my own. Is it ready already? It's ready already. Alright, let's just take a look. it won't play smoothly unless I export it as a HD instead of 4K, my old computer. Take a second. Okay. Oh man, that looks like shit. Oh man, what am I gonna do? I was kidding myself. That looks fucking horrible. Oh well. Maybe I can zoom in on it or crop it or something. Oh man, I think that looks atrocious. I'm really disappointed in myself. Well, with no rig, what am I doing? What am I thinking is gonna... Ugh. I don't know. I don't know if that's fixable. I guess it's okay. Not every shot can be the best shot. But damn, that's a shitty run. I wonder if I could make it go a little faster. Come on. Ah. Alright, try that again. Looks better than what most idiots have posted on this platform. I think this is your best live stream to boot. Wow. Well, thanks. You think I should bare my soul every time? Go through 20 years worth of history? Should we talk about my divorce? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't have a bad divorce. I had a wonderful wife who couldn't put up with me, but that's not her fault. I can't believe you guys sat through this, man. Fuck. You got some patience in you guys. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Oh, be right back. Be right back. No, I really, really, really appreciate what you're saying to me, and I can't tell you how much I feel like live streaming has changed my life, and I not to be like I feel like a narcissist thinking like that I'm gonna be some kind of a famous streamer or something like that. That's not what I mean. I mean like that I just feel like it's a great way for me to teach the little tricks that I know and just sort of make use of my life. Like I feel like the only thing that I have to offer this world is these little tricks. But I feel like they're worthy tricks, and it's not like I invented them, but I just feel like not enough people use the tricks that I use, so why not try to, like, you know, make it a more interactive thing where people could just, you know, lift the veil on my process so that everybody sees both how hard it is and how easy it is. Because I think it's both. And I think most people wouldn't have the patience to do what I do, so I don't feel threatened. Some people think I should keep my secrets secret, and it's like they're not secrets, they're just film techniques. Everybody should know them. If you're making films, alright, so I sped it up by 10%. It's worse. Jesus God. Oh my God, it's comical. What the hell is that? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, but anyway, I was gonna say, alright, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with that later. What a goddamn joke. But but Dark Nerdy Gonzo, did you see these treads that I made yesterday on my last thing? This is just foam board and gaffer tape that was put around the treads of my, anyway. I thought it came out pretty good. And it only took like an hour to make 2 of these and get rolling. I don't know if you were there for that. Alright, shit guys. I am pooped. I am pooped. It's 4:20 in the morning, so we know what time it is. And I'm gonna go to sleep and figure out what to do with this in the morning. Holy crap. But I had fun anyway. It was tons of fun. I had a learning experience. I might have to do it again better. Or maybe just taking a couple of frames out will save it or something. But I don't know, man. That looks like shit. Alright. I'll have to figure out what to do later. But thanks for tuning in. It really was fun. Dawkins just came over and he's like, I can't stand it another minute. Give me attention now. So, alright, I gotta take that cue and go. You at least got further in filmmaking than I ever did up to this point of 34 years of existence and life crashing down. Fuck. I read so much. What the fuck? I wish. I'm sorry, I got my glasses here. Butchering your prose. You at least got further in filmmaking than I ever did up to this point of 34 years of existence and life crashing down. fuck, I've had so much. What the fuck? I wished HBO would have gave me a sitcom. Yeah. Well, is that what you dreamed to do? Is quit your hating? You did good tonight. Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'll have to look at it again with clear eyes in the morning, or whatever stoned eyes I need to appreciate it better. But but you wish HBO would give you a sitcom. Were you here when I was talking about my sister is actually a character on a sitcom now? Not my. I mean, a character on a sitcom is literally based on my actual sister, and it's the show Home Economics, and because my sister is married to a woman who her brother created this show and wrote some of it. They have writers now, but it's actually it's about a writer who writes about his family. Topher Grace plays his part, and Sashir Zameda plays my sister, which is crazy, because my family's not black, but my sister is so I mean, some people think woke is a bad word. I don't think it is, but anyway, my sister is such a sensitive person to other people's needs and wishes, and is always so completely aware of the right thing to do in any given moment, that everybody basically looks to her for guidance in that way. But anyway, my sister is such a special and unique person that even though she's played she's very different in a lot of ways, they've taken the character in a lot of different directions than my sister, you can still see the core of my sister in the character, even though it's a sitcom, even though it's gotten very little to do with actual reality. And it's unbelievable to me, like, that I can watch this sitcom and see my sister on it, even though it's not her. Dawkins, what's up, buddy? So that's surreal. My life was already so frigging surreal, as it was, but then my sister became a character on a TV show, which is just crazy. A fictional character. That's nutty. Tell me, what did you want to do, and what, how has it not turned out your way? Yeah, well, I don't know. There's a lot of people, it's hard for me to sometimes even see who's talking in the chat because my eyes are so bad. So I just kind of see I just kind of read it sometimes without even, that's the thing. I'd like to get to know you guys a little bit better and have it be not always all about me. I want to know, I know what Nitro's up to. I see his animations, so I at least sort of like, but I'd like to get to know all you guys a little better, and I want to know, why you care about toys coming to life, because for me it's just always been what I was interested. I mean, like I was saying on my Instagram, my fascination with putting my toys on TV basically goes back to when I was first getting Star Wars figures, but I didn't even. Okay, I was visiting when my father first got video equipment, before he even opened his video store. he got some video equipment and brought it back to his apartment. This was right after my parents got divorced. So I would go to Boston from my suburban house where my mother lived to Boston where my father lived in a high-rise apartment building. And my life was just totally changing. Like, this was pretty much the first time we visited him in this apartment, and he's got this video gear, and he's like, check this out, and he's got a camera, and it's connected to a TV, and you can see what's in the room on the TV, and we're just little kids, me and my sister, and we're like, oh my God. And he's got a microphone there, and my sister immediately gets on and starts, the sister who's the TV show that the character's made of her now, same girl, same sister, she gets on the live TV that's feeding just into itself, the camera, and she starts imitating a news reporter, pretending she's like on the beat, whatever, just improv acting, because that's just her personality, and she's that's what she immediately started doing when given the opportunity. And me, all of a sudden this hand comes in from the side. Here, I'll reenact it. All of a sudden the hand comes in from the side holding a ball, a blue ball. And then I go, my ball is on TV. And I thought that my ball was being on TV, was much more interested than me being on TV. So when I saw that first videotape, the very first videotape of me as a kid when I was an adult, I was like, oh my God, I've always wanted to just put my toys on TV from the very start. Anyway. Shoot. I gotta go to bed, man. It's 4:30 in the morning. But I want to know more about your story, Dark Nerdy Gonzo and James Dean and Nitro, all the guys who's been here hanging out with me and making these sessions so much more fun. And yeah, I really hope to keep on doing it, and I'll hopefully do another one tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just trying to do it as much as possible and just turn it on every time I'm even, maybe just doing Photoshop stuff. So, yeah, I'll have to look at this with fresh eyes in the morning and decide what to do about that shot and just decide if I'm going to redo it or move on. But thanks for being here. I'm losing my voice. I need to have some food and I need to go to bed. Have a good night, everybody, and oh yeah, once again I will be doing a giveaway. I've got this Star Wars figure that I'm going to be giving away to people who share my stuff in the next, until I get 700 followers on Instagram, which I'm only 25 followers away. Instagram at ProbotAnimation. But anybody who shares my stuff and sends me a DM showing that you shared my stuff somehow on social media, I don't care how, then I'll pick a random winner to get this awesome, it's Jabba's henchman, what's his name? God, I don't know. Brock Starsher. What I love about Brock Starsher is that he's just a dude wearing a helmet, and you can see that his neck exposed. He's just a human dude. He's just a white dude under there, and his white dude neck is exposed. He's not too worried. He needs this whole apparatus to survive, even though he's a human on a planet where all the other humans don't need a helmet like that to survive. But his neck gives it away. And I love that they, instead of just making an action figure where he is covered up on the neck, they just are like, no, we're going to make a figure where he is covered up on the neck, and he has his neck exposed. He's just a white dude under there, and his white dude neck is exposed. He's not too worried. He needs this whole apparatus to survive, even though he's a human on a planet where all the other humans don't need a helmet like that to survive. But his neck gives it away. And I love that they, instead of just making an action figure where he is covered up on the neck, they just are like, no, uh, oh, really? Okay, so you're saying that we've had some similar plot points in life's twists and turns. I'd love to hear your story, man. Ah, God damn it. I swear, half my hair is the length. They're all broken because of these goddamn glasses. Alright. To be continued, Dark Nerdy Gonzo. Yes, to be continued. Really, thanks for being here. And thanks to everybody for being here. Have a great night and open all your toys and play with them.